我是热愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平庸嘅傳道中嘅一個，我也是平庸，我是書記，我心無懼。
无所不至。违逆！无坚不摧！
little bit of armor back, but doesn't want to hold out too long and give Mike the opportunity to find any sort of reset here. Mike finding work though with the staff here. Pong really trying to put in the work with the dagger though. Mike unfortunately missing that first backstab on the teleport. Finds the second one, but it's canceled out by the old. Up working out for Kaylee's Fong. As we turn back here to see, yeah, look at this. It's the perspective here for Zhang Yu, who picks up both of the elimination.
Crazy with that soul stretch, going in circles over and over. Like turning in circles over and over. It's because he has his great attack chain, and now Jin.
Gonna have to wait and see how he responds in game 3. This is a quick replay from a little earlier action here with the standard grapple. Infinite here gets 2, gets 3 onto GG Shaw, gets 4. That's massive. Gets 5. Woo! He gets 5. It's an orbit release. And take a full reset. Demo as well. Gonna go on top of the roof. We got action against T225 with a nice shift pair there onto T225. Action now gonna continue to get aggressive with the grapple. Jump LMBs there to pick up more damage. Need to come back with another shift parry.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster this evening, the Runekeeper. Joining is going to be the lovely Dunkin' Donuts as we get ready to head into our third and final day of solos before we head into the bi-weekly final. And it's been a very, very interesting week of solos. Some absolutely crazy things coming out of the week. You know, WBG Spider does what WBG Spider does during his day 1 and day 2, but it's actually OC Zhang Yu who comes in and has a killer performance in his first day out during the solos this week, walking away with a 48.2 game score for a single day. He currently resides in second place after only playing 1 day. The only player who's played 2 days and is above him right now is WBG Spider, and there's a lot of room for Zhang Yu to cover that ground today in his second day, Duncan.
Absolutely. Zhang Yu is looking to take the cake for himself today. He is sitting on that 48.3 points. However, as we know, everyone can have a bad day. Speaking of, Kai Bao, sadly, doing extremely well on his first day and then not getting above double digits on his second. So I mean, who knows? Who knows? It may have been a stroke of luck for Zhang Yu, or maybe he's on a roll. Maybe he's coming in today and he's gonna clap some cheeks. He's gonna get oogly boogly. But we will see. I mean, we're definitely having an oogly boogly day today. We have people such as Zhang Yu, of course. We have T225. We have Mike. We have Fong. Fong sitting on, what is it, 25 points. So not bad. 25 is respectable, you know. An Nbpl, everyone's cracked, you know. So respectable. Maybe he can come back today, bring out a big day for himself. Maybe 40 points, something. Who knows? But I mean, I think there's a few people who are sitting pretty right now, who are pretty comfortable with their standings. I think they've secured those top spots for the finals. So some players definitely not going to be too worried, but there's a few that I think might be. You know, like some of these players at the bottom of the leaderboard, XXY, Ego, Shen Yuan, some of these players, well, they played only 1 day, but they still need to come out today and perform. Make sure that they don't choke. Make sure that they don't make too many mistakes and they play consistent. But we'll have to see. I'm excited to see what we have today. I'm not sure if we're going to be on a different patch than we were last week, but and I can't remember if we saw any ACOS last week. But anyway, did we? Do you remember?
Yeah. So we saw 2 ACOS picks this last week, and we're still going to be on the same patch because it's still the same bi-weekly, right? So we never change patches in the middle of the bi-weekly for consistency's sake. But we did see 2 ACOS picks coming through. We're going to take a look at the schedule coming up as well. Right now, you can see who took those bi-weekly finals in the bi-weeklies previous. Of course, WBG Spider with the back-to-back, and Solos team TE during the second bi-weekly, and J team with our third bi-weekly. And we are approaching very quickly our 4th bi-weekly this weekend. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in terms of that solos. A lot of people, you know, looking at WBG Spider and AOW's Mike, expecting Mike potentially to come in and take it back, and Spider and Mike to have the back-to-back. But there's a lot of players still potentially in the running to be able to take those positions. As we do take a look at the overall leaderboard here, you know, we were talking about this previous to the graphic coming up here, but, you know, XCG's Wang Liang not performing as well this week during his day 1 as he did during the last bi-weekly. So maybe he can pull something out of his hat coming here into his second day. There's a player I do want to talk about. We didn't mention, though, JDG's Chu Zhang with a 32.4, quite the respectable score for a single day. A 30-point scoreline seems to be the average towards our top end of players. And Chu Zhang has been a player that has kind of been a bane for some of these top players. You know, we got to watch him absolutely obliterate WBG Spider just before the last bi-weekly final, where he actually just comes in and he's able to kill Spider, I think 3 or 4 times in the same game. He catches him off rip, catches him in the Gate of Yang, catches him in the second Gate of Yang fight, and then kills him again outright just by timing WBG Spider out, literally just griefs him to death for the entire period of his Yang depletion. Spider, every time he tries to lock onto somebody, he would just come back in and keep Spider from looking for the kill. So Chu Zhang is definitely a threat moving forward. Here's to take a look. Like you said, T225 going to be playing today. Of course, Zhang Yu going to be playing today. You know, Zhang Yu is going to be very interesting to watch because this is a player that I never, ever keep out of the running. There's a moment I always go back to in season 1 with Zhang Yu, where it comes down to 3 players in a final circle. Zhang Yu is forced to take the 1v1 with another player. He ends up killing that other player, has like 2 ticks of HP left. Literally, if he clanks twice, he dies. He goes into that fight not being able to reset because obviously the other person was just waiting for the fight to end so they could slide in and take the scraps from that fight. And Zhang Yu, against all odds, clanks once in the fight and manages to win the fight with no ability or ultimate available to him, with just like the ultimate cleanest comeback you see. Wins the lobby, wins the MVP for that game as well. And ever since that moment, I've sort of had my eye on Zhang Yu, and he typically does have these big performing moments. This last day that he did earlier last week, the cleanest day we've seen from Zhang Yu in a while. I mean, you put up almost 50 points on the board here in solos, and I think the record is 52 points for a solos day. That was back during our last seasons when we had 16 players in the lobby. That's a potential of 4 more eliminations per lobby across, you know, 6 games. So for him to come in and have a 48-point day on a lobby that has 14 players and almost break back into that 50-point range, absolutely huge for any player going forward. So all eyes are going to be on him, and of course I'm going to be keeping my eyes on JDG's Chu Zhang, because again, he's proven time and time again that he knows how to get in the head of these top players and make things happen, and he's in a very stable position. A 32.4 is a very respectable score for a single day.
No, absolutely right. Absolutely. 40. I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling, to say the least. I mean, do you happen to remember how many kills exactly that was? Because that's an insane number of points. He probably must have won quite a few games that day, along with having a substantial number of kills.
Oh yeah, he had an average of 8 points per game. He had 3 MVPs, and in between those 3 MVPs, the one game he didn't get an MVP, he literally missed out on being the MVP of that game by a single elimination, which would have given him 4 MVPs in a single day, and he would have broken the record for most MVPs in a solos day.
That's insane. I mean, he's definitely bound to be happy with himself. He's definitely gonna be feeling himself today, I think. To come away with that kind of performance on his initial first day of the bi-weekly, and then to break it on the next day, it's unlikely. I mean, it's always possible, you know. He might be in his head. He might be, wait, did I really deserve that day? Did I really deserve those MVPs? I need to come back today and show that it wasn't luck. That I deserve these points. That I deserve the recognition. You know, it's a hard position to be in when you're under so much pressure to perform like this. But we are going to have to wait and see. Today we are starting off with a Firefly map. I think it's a little bit hard to tell. I had to examine the picture in the graphic that we had. I'm pretty sure that our first game of the day is going to be Fireflies. So
yeah, I do believe it's dusk going into the first game on Morsile, which means we're probably going to see a lot of those Justina picks being locked in that we've started to see last week and the week before that in terms of solos, especially because it is a Firefly map, right? We've seen time and time again, if Justinas are able to land on Fireflies and get those Fireflies, it's almost like being a Takeda, where it doesn't even matter if you get your hands on a weapon. you're able to use that ultimate to stun people out, lock them down, and just clean up those eliminations. It kind of soft buys you a little bit of safety against hot dropping into the map and not being able to find the weapon you're looking for early on, because your ult is able to buy you so much ground and give you so much coverage. And Justina, in fact, actually has a little bit more coverage than Takeda, whereas Takeda is able to use that ult to buy himself that safety into neutral. Not only can Justina lock somebody down and get the stun out on them, but if need be, and they find themselves in a situation where they need to retreat, they have all three of those dashes to create a huge amount of distance to get away from everybody else.
That is true. That is very true, and I've been an advocate for Justina's versatility, using that V1, having those dashes. It's one of the most versatile ultimates. It's an extremely useful ability. However, I do have to say, because of the fact that Takeda will keep his ultimate's charge if he doesn't actually use the activations of his ultimate, I do find myself still finding that Takeda is a bit the safer pick. You know, like, if you're playing Justina, you're probably using one dash off the rip. So usually you're probably going to have 2 dashes to get away. And 2 dashes, although it is quite a long way, it's maximum around 55 meters or something along those lines. I remember I figured out exactly how long the dash was a while back, and I'm pretty sure it's 28 meters in a one dash. And that's quite far. But I mean, it is quite far, but you know, that's a couple of grapples. So,
oh yeah.
Well, realistic, you will be able to get that reset, but with Takeda, you pop the ult, and then you just run. You can heal while with that pressure available to you. I remember initially Takeda wasn't able to heal and throw out one of his ultimate activations, but then at some point they changed that. I can't remember when, and now he can. He's very safe. He's always got that pressure where it doesn't need to be like, there are fewer conditions that need to be met for him to be able to do something with it, you know. Justina needs to make sure that that when you dash through, they're not in blue focus to get the freeze. You can get the stagger out of the blue focus. You can dash through a blue focus target and then immediately cancel the dash with a light attack, potentially leading into a combo. And then if you're fancy, you can go for another dash in the middle of the combo, reset it, get that freeze, get that damage, you know. But it is more difficult, I would say. However, I do think it is extremely versatile ability, and after the buffs, I mean, I've been saying Justina's going to be coming back for ages.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, half the lobby here proving exactly what I said. We were going to see Justina's off the rip. This has sort of been the trend, and we're seeing 7 Justinas come in, and no surprises, we're going to see a lot of these players looking to spawn towards where some of those Fireflies are. You see JJH and Baoda literally spawning right next to where they can grab some Fireflies. Looks like they're trying to grab some loot early and move into those sort of Firefly positions. You're going to see a couple players off to the right doing the same, and some of the other players looking to pressure into those Fireflies after grabbing gear. No surprises, AOW's Mike. Look at this, already going to find a purple longsword off of the rip here. Mike more than happy about that situation, given how popular the longsword has started to become in solos here, especially in the early to mid game. Turning now to J-Team's Action, who's going to get frozen out immediately by TK's XXY here, and XXY going to be forced to go ahead and burn those. J-Team's Action, though, in a really good position, goes to go in, but we're going to see XXY find that purple armor swap and buy a little bit of safety for themselves. Wants to immediately turn onto J-Team's Action, able to find one hit, but not able to find the follow-up. Action going to come in, catches the uppercut there. XXY able to get some of that armor back, using that F2 there just to buy a little bit of space. Turns it on to Action. Action now finding themselves in quite the predicament. Going to use that bubble, though, here. And this is where, unfortunately, Justina starts to fall off a little bit in these longer engagements versus Zping, because Zping, that bubble comes back on such a short cooldown, and you're able to use it to take control of neutral. Justina here, on the other hand, looking to find the F back, will find it back, going to walk into the charge left click there from the dual blades on Action. Gets a little bit of the armor back, though, after coming out of that F. Perfect timing for XXY here as that ability comes back from the cooldown. Goes for the uppercut. Unfortunately, misses it due to terrain. Action finds the parry, and that's going to be it for XXY.
Holy moly, he was so close to clutching it up there. I'm not sure if he didn't have Vitalia or what, but he chose to heal his armor even though he's got F1. A bit of a blunder if he did in fact have that Vitalia available, but it's possible he didn't. Mike here now, caught between two players, having about 60 to 70% of his ultimate available, not really looking to take this fight since he's lacking those lacking that armor. He eats a huge blue focus from Wang Liang, shredding off that entire armor, but is able to pick it back up again with his F1, manages to catch him with the RMB on the longsword. A very tricky attack to avoid, but he does get taken down, sadly, by taking a considerable amount of range damage. What was that? Wang Liang, happy with himself, not getting his kill stolen away by Shen Yuan here. Shen Yuan, bro. You're running Fireball into a Justina game. I have to disagree. It can be done, but I have to disagree, my friend. We are back now onto Xshin versus Chu Zhen. Xshin having lost all of his armor and the majority of his health. He does get his ultimate available just at the last second, but he's unable to pop it. And plus, he only had that 70%. So he would have only received a certain amount of healing. No Mortal Defiance passive there for him, sadly. Rain running the Tumulk. Respectable. Spooner would be proud. Rain getting a huge parry for himself. Having already popped his F, has no combo break available. Gets caught by that LMB on the nunchucks. Gets full combo. He sends out that F onto Ego, stuck in the wall. He manages to send him. Oh my lord. Holy Ego, just managing to prevent himself from getting staggered by that wisp dashing out. Oh no, he manages to roll out. He doesn't get the dash. Oh, and he gets taken down by the overhold. Holy Ego.
Oh my goodness. Ego there actually almost loses that fight because of the tree there. He mistimes the ultimate and catches himself out onto the tree. Doesn't catch the freeze there, but like you said, because of the overhold, able to come out on top there. Oh my goodness. JJ's Rain not going to be happy about that outcome whatsoever. We're turning our attention now to KLA's Fang. Fang, unfortunately, either being forced into the white armor swap here or not able to find better armor for themselves yet. A little on the run, trying to pressure away. Turning now to AOW's Mike. Mike also on the white armor here after a respawn. Losing a life early here. Mike going to play a little bit more passively until they find some armor here. Very typical of AOW's Mike, that they continue to keep the pressure up even after dying early if they're able to find that armor. Unfortunately, not in that position yet. And we are halfway for Zone 1 collapsing onto Zone 2, which means those Realms of Yang going to be coming forward very soon. So if you're in the position like AOW's Mike or Fang, you're not going to be able to pressure into those Realm of Yang fights, especially if you're on those Justina picks, as we have some other players in the lobby who are playing that Feria, and it's going to be very hard for Justina to come out on top of that inside the Realm of Yang. Ventus' Reki trying to keep Zhang Yu inside the zone here, but Zhang Yu more than happy to stay this side of the zone and go ahead and get that armor healed back up there. Reki gonna pop the bell, trying to keep eyes on the Oshi's Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu trying to go very wide around the outside edge of the circle there. We're gonna see here about Shen Yuan popping that Tarka ult, but gonna use it to disengage from KLA's Fang here, and Fang more than happy to let him do it. As he also not really happy with his given armor and weapon situation, but that ult very quickly getting ready to come off of cooldown at 95%. If he's able to get even a single hit on about Shen Yuan here, he will likely generate enough rage to go ahead and get that ult back, and Fang could find himself in quite the favorable position if he can track down Shen Yuan yet again. And here we are, those Realms of Yang starting to come through. It looks like Juron and Ego looking to pressure onto this gate here as they continue to trade blows with each other. Looks like GD and TK also going to be pressuring one of these Realms of Yang. Wang Liang looking to come in and do the same. And towards the northwestern side of the map, we're going to see about 4 players descending onto one of these realms of Yang. It's going to be very interesting to see what players get in and who gets punished for pressuring onto these realms of Yang so hard.
No, absolutely. I would like to say something real quick. Shen Yuan, my boy, you are in NBPL. You know you are playing Taka, and you are right next to you're in a location where there are 3 available fireflies. I initially thought that the reason why Shen Yuan disengaged and ran in that direction was because of those fireflies, but no, my man is literally just oblivious to it. Sad. What's the point in playing Firefly map if you don't know where they are, Serge? But here we are in the realm of Yang. AOW Mike getting overholded, forced to parry. XXY cancelling it out, going for the grapple bump, and managing to catch him with it. Mike going for that staff pulse sword weapon swap, but failing the pulse sword connect. Going for this scale rush, trying to bait out the parry, manages to do so. XXY going for the hold into release. Mike, oh my, okay. This is a dirty combo. I will talk about it in a moment. But here we have Reki. Both players in Justina ult. Jiang Yu goes for the overhold, doesn't cancel it with grapple. Tries to bait him into that. Oh! Manages to get that F1 off. Manages to recuperate some of that armor. Goes for the LMB. The red flash. He gets turned around, gets hit in the back. Manages to catch the LMB uppercut. But Reki, he's chilling. Literally. He's got that F1 available. Reki managed to avoid the stone form, so to say, from Jiang Yu on that nunchucks. Manages to catch him, takes him down extremely low. Both players, 1 HP. A clank will do it, but no. Both players get griefed and get taken down. Unable for one of them to come out on top. But here we have X-Run getting taken down by that dual blades. J-Team X-Shin, I think he's pretty happy with himself. Managed to get that purple armor. He's playing zipping. He's got the F2. Gets that bubble on. I think he's going to just try and buy some time. He's going to try and space out. He's not looking to take this fight with Feng. Feng, having come in a little bit late, I think he's chilling too. He's okay, bro. All right. You're playing zipping. I'll loot the body. You're all right, dude. See you later.
Yeah,
but,
making smart decisions there, Feng. More than happy to just take the full reset, not wanting to go back into that purple armor, especially when you realize that you're fighting into the zip. They pop the bubble, they create that much distance. You're not playing an optimal hero to really do something about that, and you're already playing from behind. They let you go. Like, I'm very surprised, honestly, to see the armor swap come through and Action not pressure that, given that Fong literally had no armor whatsoever. If you're Fong, you're just thanking the sweet NARAKA gods that you decide to back away there and you're able to find any sort of reset in that situation whatsoever. But, you know, I want to harken back to what we saw during the Realm of Yang, and we see that staff confirm into the uppercut hot swap into that pole sword, doing so much damage in that initial fight. And that's something, you know, that we see a lot of here in the NBPL, and it's going to be very interesting because so many of these pro players have adapted to that new meta, and with the patch that actually just released today, we actually see that being pretty heavily nerfed. So many of these players can be forced to going back to just playing those regular weapon combos moving forward. Oh my god, a massive parry coming out here from XXY into the re-hit confirmed. This is something I love seeing on the greatsword, and I know, Duncan, you like me, greatsword enjoyer, you know all too well about being able to hit that parry into the riposte and then immediately animation cancel it by jumping into the right click and confirming that extra jumping right click into huge damage. Love to see it coming out here from XXY.
Absolutely. You are exactly right, my friend. I am a great sword enjoyer. And yes, no, the jump RMB, managing to get that damage off on the follow-up, very, very true. Does manage to get you quite a bit of damage there, but I will talk more about that in just a moment as we have Reki here getting pressured. Swaps off the blue armor to an empty purple, thinking that he may be able to escape, but ends up having to swap back as he's continuing to get pressured. But here we have Rain on the Tumulk, popping that ultimate. Fong stuck inside that ultimate. using that F1, just buying some time. Fong not looking as though he's... Oh! As I say it, I was about to say he's not looking too pressured here, but he sends the blue. Rain managing to catch it with that jump parry, doing a considerable amount of damage to him, along with the third-party Fong getting peppered by pistol shots left and right. Forced to use his ultimate to try and disengage. Zhang Yu... Oh, okay. Reki now, having been being under pressure earlier, not managing to escape. It seems Zhang Yu managing to pick up the kill for himself. Zhang Yu just walking past XXY, not really looking to do anything with that. He's got his kill. He's happy. He's looking to continue rotating, accelerate his lead, but not looking to get too oogly in Celestra. As you all well know, if you get a bit too oogly boogly in Celestra, you will get third-partied by the horde of players that simply just surround you in this area. It's extremely hard to deal with. If you're the one that's in a fight, that's starting a fight, unless you get a considerable lead at the very start, you're at a huge risk of getting third-partied and just getting absolutely griefed, especially in Nbpl, where that is exactly what every single player is trying to do. Wang Liang, optimal. Did any of you see that, Chan? He dropped his health Soul Jade. This is something that I love to see, a little bit of min-maxing. He's looking to heal up his health, and he's trying to maximize the amount of value he gets from his Vitalia, not looking to waste any resources whatsoever. And it's exactly what you're going to see from Wang Liang. Wang Liang has been that player that has always been about min-maxing, and his macro being his just sort of general understanding of the game as a whole, answering those big picture questions. How am I going to get to late game? How am I going to survive in late game? The man has definitely proven to us that health jades are considerably important when it comes to end game. Being able to survive that just tiny bit longer with the extra health, it makes the difference, and he showed it to us time and time again. And it's always really cool to see. I am a big enjoyer of these kind of thinking, this kind of macro. It's very, very fun for me to see, and I love to see it in Nbpl. There's always the flashy combos, the small picture stuff, so to speak. You know, the micro, your combos, your dodges, your mechanics, all of that stuff. But when it comes down to macro, it's always lovely to see, as it requires a little bit more brain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're going to see here XXY going head-to-head with J-Team's action here for the second time this game, as both of these players look to trade off here. You know, XXY unfortunately losing this fight last time they engaged, and Action did not have as good a gear as he has now with that legendary longsword here that he was just able to get from the second set of realms of Yang coming through, as he went completely uncontested inside the realm of Yang. And all these players see XXY going low and look to start sharking here. XXY, though, able to create a ton of distance here just by using those grapples and a little bit of that movement tech. Not being forced to burn their ultimate leaves them in a very good situation as all the other players start to look to engage on each other. XXY just more than happy to get away from that situation. Wang Liang here with a little bit of the armor trailing tech here, trying to position that armor in an optimal place for himself so that he knows where he has a second purple armor he can fall back onto. And look, it looks like he's trying to get it into this corner where it's not going to be quite as visible for other players. We're going to turn back here to a fight that breaks out between AOW's Mike and Badass Shen Yuan earlier. Yuan going to use that fireball to go ahead and get the burning onto the Justina here. And, you know, you kind of gave him a little bit of heck there about using that fireball, but one of the reasons that we can see Tarka's overcome Justina back in the day was the fireball through the F1 there. But unfortunately, it's just not enough, as AOW's Mike is quite the skilled player, and that legendary katana is something that's very hard to overcome when you start taking so much damage from it there. Fireball, Tarka. always interesting to see, and we actually see players. It's kind of ironic because AOW's Mike has piloted that Fireball Tarka extremely well in the past, being able to catch people out and fully extend combos with the Fireball and aggressively win lobbies that way. So kind of funny to see him turn around and dumpster onto a Tarka who's trying to do the same. And you know, when you're AOW's Mike, you kind of see that and go, look, man, I pioneered this. Don't be trying to do this to me. I know how this works.
True. No, you're absolutely right. How there is one thing that I'm not sure if you are aware of. Not many people are in fact aware of this. It is a sort of very a very unknown thing. But when it comes to anti-healing, that's the anti-healing effect that is inflicted on the people by things such as fire and what have you. If the fire damage, if the anti-healing effect is not applied to your target before their healing starts, then it does not actually cut the healing. So, as you said before, with that F1, it is something that Tarkas have been using for, a long time now to try and mitigate the healing from Justina's F1. Unless they actually get the fire applied to them before they press that button, before they press F1, it's not going to do anything for them. The healing is still coming out as full, and it doesn't do anything. It might burn them, it might burn their health bar a little bit, but it's not going to cut that healing, which is something that a lot of people don't actually realize. You have to make sure that you get that fire damage onto the person that you're trying to... that you're going for before they go for that healing ability, because otherwise it's not going to do anything. It's also something that you need to make sure that you're doing against things like zipping, because if you apply the fire damage as they heal, then it doesn't do anything. But if, for example, they have their Mortal Defiance proc and you've inflicted fire damage onto them before it procs, then it will cut the healing considerably. But here we have, who is this? XXY and Wang Liang. Wang Liang going into the warehouse, collecting his pre-prepared, like his one I prepared earlier, purple armor, ready to deal with any situation. My guy, the macro man, he is turbo big brain, and I love to see it. It's just lovely to see. It's like I can't stress enough how much I enjoy watching good macro, min-maxing, all of this sort of thing. Rain here, opting to commit his Tumult ultimate for that box, managing to secure himself the gold armor upgraded from blue, a substantial upgrade for himself. And since he has this 3-ban zone, this no ult zone right next to him, he's able to head on into it and essentially just mitigate the fact that he just used his ultimate to secure that gold armor. But the rest of the lobby is not happy about it. He's getting peppered from everywhere. Every single person in the vicinity is... Oh my lord, what is happening? This man is on the high seas. He's a pirate and he's getting attacked by every cannon
Look, this is something we've seen coming forward in the NBPL. These smaller huts typically end up sort of being these death traps for players looking to escape and get some sort of healing off, because cannons have become so prevalent that explosion damage and people able to do things like fire arrows, there's really no place you can go inside that small space that you can escape the splash damage coming through from the cannons. You know, these huts, a little bit bigger, you sort of have corners that you can go around, you can kind of make these work, but in general, the huts really have just become these sort of death traps. Every time we see players head into those huts looking to get some sort of heal off while the lobby has their attention on those players, we see them get punished for it extremely heavily by cannon fire. We've seen it in final circles even, where players have been able to edge out these small zones behind walls and stuff and still just end up getting pummeled by cannons. It's really something that the players haven't managed to find an adjustment to yet, because they're so used to finding that safety and comfort inside these sort of spaces where they can get away and not be punished for it. but in the NBPL, you're just not going to find that sort of safety. Yeah, oh my goodness, AOW Mike here taking a ton of damage coming in from those katana charge clicks. Mike gonna use that F1 there, gets a little bit of armor back, but is taking zone tick as he goes, trying to keep it alive here with that legendary katana. Does not want to give that away as close as he is to the end circles here for this game. It feels so pressured that he's going to burn the ultimate there and use those charges to get away and start healing here. And this is a smart decision by Mike, given exactly what we were just talking about. He could have tried to pressure back into that building, but as you saw, he immediately gets turned onto. The ranged weapons turn onto Mike. He starts taking a ton of damage. He's forced to create distance and go find a place out in the open to heal. And it's a smart play from Mike, given how heavily he was punished for going inside that hut.
No, you're absolutely right. He was under a considerable amount of pressure by Fong, who has quite literally, it seems, every dagger jade. I think he had Nether Step. I think he has I'm not sure if he has Assassin's Lunge, but he definitely has the Pride's Fall, a huge jade to be having at this kind of point in the game, managing to give yourself that healing if you ever happen to need it, so to speak. And he's got Merciless. Oh my lord. Ego eating the brunt of that Soul Jade, eating all that damage, and CC getting shot in the back by the... Oh my god. Mike managing to pick up the kill for himself. Fong a little bit unhappy, but he does get that Soul Bloom. I think he's all right. He's definitely in a good position to come out on top this game, considering that he does have Prize Fall, he does have Merciless. Both Jades extremely useful to have in these kind of end zones. Jades of Destiny, if you will, as Raven likes to call them. Shout out to my boy. But yes, Fong just looking to bide his time, put out a little bit of pressure with those Jades when he has the opportunity to do so. Mike continuing to use these fire arrows to his advantage, able to apply a considerable amount of pressure. Fire damage is invaluable when it comes to these kind of end zones, these high pressure situations. When the zone's starting to tick down and you can attack somebody's health directly, you're very happy. Being able to do this, burn all the resources, as Fong has had to do so. He has no Vitalia left to his name. He's gonna have to try and find some way of healing his health. Maybe he manages to pick up a little bit of Vitalia from a body of a fallen enemy, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to have any room to breathe. Forced to use his F1, swapping over to the dagger to be able to use that superior movement to his advantage, trying to stay on the move, having that Nether Step, having that extra stamina, extremely handy, but he's still getting peppered. Mike getting a little bit close, testing the waters, backs off just a tad, noting that Fong has managed to heal up his armor. Prize Fall goes into the stone form, does not opt for the parry, just tries to back off. Now sitting in his F1.
Yeah, Fong's really in a difficult situation here, given the lack of Vitalia and the pressure being put on Fong by the rest of the lobby here. You see them every time they try to stop to get any sort of healing off, even onto their armor. So many of these players just looking to pepper him down with those arrow shots. And we saw the one time he was able to get a shield pot off, he actually takes 5 different arrow shots to the body here. Now forced to just use that Merciless Havoc to try to create space, but it's going to be difficult for Fong, given that Zhang Yu, also sitting up top here, has that Merciless Havoc and can equally do the same. Actually catches J-Tin's action out into it, and GD's Yokai. Yokai here just trying to use that zip F2 to create some space. No. Oh my goodness, Fong here. This is really unfortunate, and this is why we talk about how important keeping those resources for endgame is here. Fong constantly being peppered down, has no Vitalia left, so when he gets forced out into the zone like that, he's taking armor damage that entire time from Zhang Yu, but it's the zone tick that ends up killing him because he's not at full HP. If he had full HP, he potentially could have popped his ultimate after he was released from that Merciless Havoc and ulted back into the zone, but because he was already so low, because he didn't have the Vitalia to get that health back, OC Zhang Yu able to take extreme advantage of the situation, just pushes him into the zone and picks up the elimination. Zhang Yu goes to 3 eliminations here as we're down to our top 6 players left remaining alive. AOW's Mike and J-Team's Action trying to play a little bit of that old school NARAKA tree point here. wants to maintain that high ground, wants to not be the focus. And Zhang Yu here, more than happy to continue to throw this Merciless Havoc out. Not really worried about being parried, as you can just turn that blue attack away and then instantly turn the Havoc back. The Havoc coming in here. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yu using the terrain to the advantage there. Gets set up on the pole, waits for that optimal moment to come in there with the Merciless Havoc, doing a ton of damage to Wang Liang, who's forced to come topside and pop the mech here. He's just looking to get a heal off. He's able to get a Vitalia off. His armor, though, going to be suffering when he comes out of this mech form. Trying to create some pressure here. He will find an armor pot here for himself inside the mech. He's gonna find another one as all these players look to get away here. But the problem for Wang Liang here, though, the huge problem here is this ult about to run out, and he's not going to have it for those final moments of the zone here. And that's exactly where you want Faria to have it, is for these final moments. It's very unfortunate for Wang Liang, who now finds himself in a very difficult situation, trying to use those grapples to keep himself airborne. All these players looking to find a little space here. It's AOW's Mike, who's able to freeze up in the very middle. OC Zhang Yu actually falls to Wang Liang. We're going to see GD Jokai pick up JC's action. Mike picks up Wang Liang. Mike going to be coming out on top here with 5 eliminations and a first place finish here in game number 1.
Mike, my boy, the Oogle, emotionless, clinical dissection from this man. Oh my god, he did an extremely good job there of managing to keep his ultimate till the very last second. He was holding his own, he was holding his ground inside that final zone as it got smaller and smaller. Used his F1 to literally just sit there and not really care about anybody else surrounding him, and then he pops his ult at the very last second, has an abundance of health, and just
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
he
no,
just
and I
takes
mean,
down a whole bunch of people. I think it was 2 or 3 kills at the very end.
the target acquisition from Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike was very, very good as well. They see the last Faria there in the lobby in Wang Liang. Both of those players pressure onto Wang Liang and force him to burn the mech before those final zone moments. It could have been a hugely different game had Wang Liang still had his ultimate in those final moments, able to just take control of that space, use that cannon, and knock players away, knock Justina around. But it is AOW's Mike who comes out on top because of the target acquisition from himself and OC's Zhang Yu. And in the very end, AOW Mike, that F, absolutely gorgeous. He recognizes the pinpoint accuracy of where the middle of that circle is, F's up and just says, I'm going to sit here for the full duration. I don't care what anybody else has done. I have grabbed the middle of the circle in a lobby full of Justinas. Nobody can take that away from me. If you want to come F next to me, you're going to be in the zone before I am, which means I'm going to have more health coming out of this. That's exactly what AOW Mike does. And like you said, able to hold on to that ultimate until the very end. So when he comes out of that F, he can just start freezing people, locking them down. Mike able to pick up some extra eliminations, will be walking away with the MVP for game number 1 here. Very clinically played by AOW's Mike. Such a great game. And this is something I talk about all the time that a lot of other players struggle with. AOW's Mike is a player who, like you like to say, likes to get oogly. He likes to go in, he likes to be aggressive, he likes to take fights, but he is also a player who understands when it's time to start slow rolling. When you have 4 eliminations after zone 3, you have absolutely no reason to fight. We see Mike not even looking to go into the second realm of Yang. He doesn't even look to pressure fights. He's just playing the range game. He's trying to make himself not a target. He's trying to burn other people's resources and just get to late game. You have 4 eliminations already. The average number of top eliminations in solos is 5. If you have 4 eliminations already, there's no point in fighting. Just go to the final circle, make the most of those points, and it's AOW's Mike who understands that extremely well. And I apologize, he picked up 1 more elimination. I didn't see that extra elimination. He finishes with a first place finish and 6 eliminations, which means he's going to be walking away with a 13.6 game score. Also, very notably, OC's Zhang Yu, first game back today, 3 eliminations, goes out with a 5.2, takes a second place finish. And this is what Zhang Yu did the other day, he was either second or first place almost every single game. So even though he didn't pop off in the final circle, it's Mike who comes out on top. He's going to be very happy about his performance. Wang Liang here, unfortunately, you know, he's going to take third place here. He does get 5 points. Not a terrible game for Wang Liang, but because he was forced to burn that ult early, this isn't the pop-off game that he was looking for on Faria.
No, I mean, as we all know, as we've said countless times, consistency. 5.2 is nothing to be ashamed of. 5.2 is a solid performance, coming out second in total in game one. Definitely something to be happy about. Not nothing too fancy, you know. But I feel like Xiang Yu, he's consistent. He's getting those decent games. He's not falling too far behind. He's not doing anything too risky. He's got everything he wants. You know, he comes out in a pretty solid position for game one after having done so extremely well on his first day. I don't think we saw this earlier, but Shen Yuan using that Taka against the Wu Chen. I forgot we had a Wu Chen in this lobby. Not gonna lie, I did see it when we were going in, but I completely forgot he was even in the game. But yeah, oh no, this is tragic. Fong literally just unable to do anything about that, not having any vitality to his name. And Mike here, yeah, he literally just sits there in his F, just happy as can be. Just doesn't really care. Picks up 2 kills at the very end. Extremely well done by him. And yeah, as you said, the fire arrows. And the fact that he had Katana, you know, I mean, Katana's not the best weapon when it comes to sort of space control, so to speak. Unless you have something like Soul Slash, you're not going to be able to put down too much pressure. But he manages to achieve that with the fire arrows, like toasting everybody in his sights and just forcing them to back off, forcing them to use those resources that are so dear to you when it comes to those kind of situations.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, Mike plays this really, really well. The big thing in a lobby full of Justinas is understanding that if you can take control of the pinpoint middle of Zone 7 as it collapses and pop your off, you force every other Justina to take Zone Tick over you, because you're able to control that space with just your body. They're forced to F up around you, and as soon as that zone starts to come in and touches them, they're taking Zone Tick, you are not. Mike recognizes the win condition in a lobby full of Justinas, finds himself in that position, finds that he still has his ult, so as soon as the zone is fully collapsed, he can just start freezing players out and able to come in, pump out extra damage onto them, and that way when the zone does eliminate them, it's AOW's Mike who picks up those eliminations. He gets 2 extra eliminations because of it. Gets 6 kills, a first place finish. This is really just a textbook Justina game. You know, this harkens back to season 1 NBPL last year when Justina was very meta in solos. This is typically what you would see happen if you were a Justina and you were able to find control of the center of that circle in those final moments. You were typically able to come out on top. And it's very interesting to see the meta sort of swing back in that direction currently. I love how wildly the meta has shifted this season. And, you know, next week when we come back in for rep change after these bi-weeklies, we're actually going to be on the updated patch for Akko. So I expect to see Akko's coming in and starting to throw some flies in that ointment as well. And then even after that, when we get to the most recent patch, which will probably happen either at the end of the season or potentially next season, we have some huge changes to Valda happening as well, and we've already Valda start to slip into the meta. The changes for Valda this patch, the bug fixes for her ultimate, like massive buff going forward for Valda as well. So the meta's only going to continue to just diversify and keep changing throughout this season and next season, and we love to see that. It's something that's so great about the NBPL is even when we stay on the same patch and there's not big changes, we don't typically see a static meta for the most part, because these players are always looking to eke out every single bit of efficiency that they can find. We see these sort of meta shifts, the hero changes, and different things like that happening. You even pointed out Wang Liang in this last game doing something quite interesting, where he drops the health soul jade so that he can heal his health to full with the Vitalia, pick the soul jade back up. And fun fact, if you pick up a health soul jade when your health is full, you automatically get the full effect of the bonus HP from that health soul jade.
Min-maxing.
He's very min-maxing, being very efficient. He goes, okay, hey, if I heal with the Vitalia, it's not going to heal that full extra HP. Just drop the soul jade, finish the heal. I'm at full health, pick it back up. Now I get that little bit of extra healing. And like you said, we saw how devastating it is to make it to endgame and not have Vitalia, because that's exactly how we see Fang go out. Fang, if he had Vitalia, if he had been full health, very easily when that Merciless Havoc stopped hitting him, he could have popped his ult, been back in the zone. He might not have survived for super long, but he would have survived longer. And sometimes even one position difference makes a huge difference in the amount of points that you're getting. So that's why we see often so much of these players just peppering each other sort of during this Buccaneer phase, as Jake likes to call it, in those final zones heading into zone 6 and 7, is because they are trying to burn resources. Trios, a little bit different. Yes, you're trying to burn team resources, but you're also trying to maintain rage for your different heroes so that you have those ultimates going forward. In solos, it's very much feast or famine in terms of resources in the ending circle there, and these players know it. And we watch Fong just get blistered with arrows that entire time. He runs out of Vitalia. He's able to get the spaces he can heal, but he can only heal that armor, and because of that, he just gets absolutely shredded when he gets caught out by Zhang Yu.
No, you're absolutely right. When you were talking about when Fong manages to run out of Vitalia, I'm not sure, as quite frankly, there's no real way to tell unless we might with the comb through the footage of the last game. But I'm not sure exactly how much Vitalia he had to begin with, because one thing that is a pretty handy tip when you're playing F1 Justina is that not just F1 Justina, but let's say F3 Wu Chen, or even potentially Zipping, or like maybe not Zipping, but mainly those two. The fact that your ability heals your armor for you means that essentially you can take fewer armor powders than you normally would on another character and take more Vitalia. Something that, like, a lot of people don't realize. The number of, like, let's say, resources that you take, or specifically what you take, is affected by the character that you choose and the abilities that you choose to play with those characters. So because you're running F1 Justina, you have this F, although it's on a long cooldown, you have this F available to you that's going to heal a whole bunch of armor for you, and you don't have to expend any resources whatsoever. So you can take, let's say you normally take 2 stacks of Vitalia, which is 4 stacks and effectively 1000 health. You can take 6 Vitalias, or 3 stacks or 4 stacks. You have, if you've unlocked all of your slots, you'll have a lot of space available to you. So I'm not sure if he did choose to do that and he quite literally just burned through all of that Vitalia, or if he'd not really thought of this and not actually thought of it in the moment, which is completely normal. Like, sometimes you don't think about these sort of things, especially in high pressure.
Funny enough, I remember exactly. So when he goes into that building and starts being pressured by all the fire arrows, he's actually sitting on 6 armor pots and 2 Vitalia. So he's actually running more armor pots than Vitalia in that given situation. And sometimes it's a hard mentality to break, right? Typically on most other characters, that's the space you want to be in. But even going into endgame, I feel like you should be running more Vitalia given how much zone tick you're potentially going to be taking. And like you said, it would have been much better if he was running more Vitalia over the shield pots. Sometimes you can't help it though. Sometimes you're forced to take what you can get off the bodies, especially that late into the game. There's not that many shops left available. But still, it came down to him just lacking the resources. Speaking of which, as we take a look at going into this game, we're going to see a lot of Zeep and Yang as we head over to Holoroth. And this is pretty standard for this. We typically see a lot of Farias and Zips coming through here. And that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of Zips. We do see one, we do see one Faria coming through from Zhang Yu. Jin, or X-Jin from J-Team, going to be running that Volta pick. Baoda Shen Yuan running the Yodo Hime pick here. Not sure how I feel about Yodo Hime in solos anymore. You know, Yodo used to be extremely dominant in solos during season 2, especially after the massive buff to their ultimate. But now, not only have they since received multiple different nerfs, but players also drastically increase their ability to be able to avoid those ultimates, being able to get the read on the opponent. You know, it threw people off when that ultimate shifted and people could kind of hold the timing of it now. But these pro players, they adapt very, very quickly, and now it's still pretty difficult in a 1v1 to hit those Yodo slashes onto a solo target. It doesn't really do you a lot of good to go into the realm of Yang as Yodo because of how easily they are avoided. And unless you're coming in on a third party or you make it all the way to final zone, you're not going to get a lot of mileage out of that Yodo Hime ultimate.
No, you're absolutely right. It is definitely not that easy to pull off. I remember when Spider pulled it out unexpectedly I'm not sure if it was the first or the second bi-weekly, but he pulled it out. Nobody expected it, and he dominated. But then even though he did that, even though he sort of brought it back into play, even Spider has stopped playing Yoto because he realized that it's just not really worth it at the end of the day. And also, I'd like to comment on the fact that Yong chose to play Taka in this lobby. Are you insane? You masochist. What is wrong with you, bro? It's not the pick, bro. It is not what you want to do in this kind of lobby. Fong picking up Reki here, not all that much to say, to be honest. It looks like Reki just did not have that armor available and got caught in the unlucky situation. Speaking of which, Yong now gets parried, sadly, by Zhang Yu, unable to really do anything there. Both players were pretty low, contesting this grief platform, as I like to call it, ballistas on both sides. It's literally just the place to get grieved, the place to get absolutely roasted by the ballista. So not my favorite place on the map, but here we have Mike versus Chuzeng. Mike getting a tasty hold dodge into parry there onto Chuzeng. Chuzeng getting sent flying, manages to get his F2 off, gets the armor swap as well, and he gets the jump parry. Mike sending the blue on the nunchucks. Does he have a spare weapon available? He does. He gets the armor swap. Chuzeng now on the run, has that blue armor, looking to heal it up, gets a chunky RMB bonk onto Mike. Mike now on the back foot, having lost his armor. Chuzeng swapping armors yet again, has ultimate available to him. Mike forced to use his, gonna try and heal up as much as he can, goes for the hold check, doesn't buy it, uses the ult to armor through, not take that option, uses the nunchuck stone form to block that blue, doesn't release, as quite frankly wouldn't do anything. Zipping F2, Pog, Chuzeng manages to get the half charge, knocks him away just slightly, manages to buy a little bit of time to heal up a little bit more from his ultimate. Mike doesn't believe he'll turn it around, sends the blue focus. Chuzeng doing it again, only gets half of it out though. Chuzeng still at a health disadvantage. Mike, I'm quite surprised he still hasn't used his F2. Wants to get that F2 out as soon as possible so that he can get it again. Maximize that value, my boy. You don't need to stop holding it, just use it. Chuzeng now trying to space, but I don't know.
Oh my goodness. You know, You know what's really funny about this fight too is AOW's Mike makes the mistake with that set of nunchucks first, right? He sees the F2 coming out from the other zipping, feels pressured into constantly using that charged right click to try to tech chase so that he can hit through the bubble with the F2 there, ends up getting parried for it. Chu Zhang picks up the nunchucks, ends up dying to the exact same mistake that he was able to take advantage of earlier in the fight. Unfortunately, we are going to turn here to a three-way fight where XXY getting picked up by Bauda Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan going to use that F3 here, not going to get a ton of mileage out of it. Again, this is something we talk about with Yodohime. You know, not only has the duration of the F3 really been cut, you know, from 5 seconds to like 3 seconds here, but these players know how to knock Yodohime's out of that F3 now, and that's exactly what we see Reki do. Uses the grapple to come in from an angle and lock it down here. Shen Yuan gonna go extremely low here. The backstab comes through. Oh my goodness, this is the worst place to be if you are Yodohime. If Reki able to find another backstab, you are gonna be eliminated. That's exactly what we see happen as Ventus's Reki will pick up the elimination onto Shen Yuan. We turn back our attention now to AOW's Mike going head-to-head here with KLA's Fong. Fong using that dagger to great effect here. Mike goes to pop the bubble, and I love the read from Fong to realize that the bubble's about to come out, so they use the charged uppercut to catch on to Mike with the blue, and because of that, they're able to just follow it up, grief that kill out with the dagger, and Mike's going to be forced back to the Soul Altar.
Yes, you are absolutely right, Mike. He does actually. There is one thing that I've noticed that Mike loves to do, and I think that's probably why he was holding his F2 in the previous fight. That he loves to go, like when his opponent is just holding in front of him, he goes for the F2 into parry, which is very nice. But here we have Yonke on that Taka getting pressured by Wang Liang, but Wang Liang's getting griefed. He sends the blue, not even trying to hit him. Hit the third party, but gets parried, forced to use his F. But we all know since the buff to F3, he has plenty of time to make a bit of distance between him and his opponent. Manages to get that double heal off, gets the blue focus release as well. He's managing to turn it around onto, is that Rain? That's Rain on the zipping, but Wang Liang, he's sitting in the zone. He doesn't have the survivability that Rain has, and he just gets taken down by that zone tick. Very unfortunate for Wang Liang. He did an extremely good job of staying alive there, but Rain managing to come out on top. But yes, no, you're absolutely right. Mike does get caught by that blue, and it's something that he does try and do. He goes for the F2 bait, because in this kind of setting, you know, when you're talking about like the best players, everyone's very well aware of the fact that to hit a zipping, once she's used F2, you have to blue focus or parry their blue. Essentially, you can light into them, but you're not getting any stagger. So it's kind of a mind game, and essentially it's a mind game that is essentially infinite, because if you know that I know this, but you know that I know that you know that you know that I know that it can go on forever. So at the end of the day, it is somewhat of a 50-50, and it just comes down to player instinct, and which is always really cool to see. But yeah, it's a 50-50 at the end of the day a lot of the time, and I find that, like, this is something actually that Hubi, well, I learned this a very, very long time ago, and it was something that helped me a lot in NARAKA. It sort of unlocked my potential. It made me realize the truth. A good player is able to determine and, like, see when 50-50, or, like, because the game is 50-50s in certain situations, and a lot of them, to be able to pick and choose which ones you want to take, which ones are beneficial for you to take, is the mark of a good player. But here we have AUW Mike versus the Farrier versus Yang Yu, having taken a substantial amount of damage. Yang Yu getting a huge parry onto Mike with that gold staff. A crazy amount of damage coming out there. Yonke now versus Xin. The ex-lovers here, Valda and Taka, going at it, and Xin managing to catch him on that backdash, catching him with that nunchuck LMB. and going into the combo and taking him down. He did manage to avoid the Valda ult, but still, sadly not really able to do anything.
I was gonna say, it looked like Young might actually come out on top there, because in that situation, that's the worst place you can be as a Tarka. Forced to pop your ultimate before the Valda does, because the Valda has the ability to take your ultimate completely away from you. And we see him actually get away from the wave, and he has to predict that, right? You can't do that on read and get away from the wave. So the prediction comes through, he gets away, but unfortunately, he's just not able to come out on top and take control of the neutral. And since he loses the neutral, you lose the fight, and that's what it's all about. You're playing footsies, man, and in NARAKA, if you can't control your neutral, that's all she wrote. Zhang Yu here with that Vermilion Birds Might, looking for where this player went, not quite able to find them, but is going to actually come topside and find Yonki, and AOW's Mike looking to get into a fight here. And both of these players forced to commit to this fight because they both have Yang depletion, and sitting in the wings here now is, of course, our lovely boy from OG, Zhang Yu, who has that Vermilion Birds Might, so he's more than happy to get in the middle of this fight and just mix it up with these two players who are desperate to get rid of that Yang depletion. And now we have the fourth party coming through, as well as we see Kele's Feng show up, and this is an even better opportunity for Zhang Yu to pick up some more eliminations here, because again, he's got that Vermilion Birds Might. Even if he loses a life here, he's still sitting in a really good situation. He just can keep pressuring onto Mike and these other players, and he's not going to give it up anytime soon. Mike coming down, and Mike and Young, again, they are in a position where they can't afford to step away from this fight. They have to continue to sort of participate in this fight club, whether they want to or not, because they have to get rid of that Yang depletion, or that's going to be the game for them here. Bong coming in, able to catch out some huge damage there, but Zhang Yu capitalizes on the pillar coming down, and now gets to come in, looks to pick up the elimination onto Mike as well. Zhang Yu not worried about this. Again, has that Vermilion Birds Might, not looking to waste it as people pressure him. He's going to be able to get into his pillar, keep himself alive here, needs to get away, going to use the jump to go topside, trying to get where he can put his back to Mike here so he can get some healing off. Unfortunately, he's going to be forced to end the ultimate early, but it's going to be okay because he has that Vermilion Birds Might. AOW's Mike just barely able to pick up the Soul Bloom and get rid of that Yang depletion.
I was going to say, did he manage to get it? As it was make or break for him, since after that fight, it was very unlikely he was going to be able to get any Soul Bloom without just full ooga boogering somebody who's close by. It would have been an extremely hard situation to be in, but here we have Xin managing to catch T225 with that scale rush into uppercut combo. Doesn't manage to secure the pulse sword swap due to the terrain, to the terrain, sadly. T225 now on the run, playing that zipping, managing to heal up Xin, trying to make something happen, but he's just getting peppered. And this is one of the considerable problems with Valda, is that you have very few means of resetting, whereas zipping can quite literally just run and heal at the exact same time, and has very little problem doing exactly that, getting that heal off, getting the reset. Xin managing to find T225 now, hiding in that bush. T225 not having the ultimate available to him. It looks like we're swapping over to Mike and Fong. Mike, I think he was looking for the parry there, but he doesn't manage to get it. Fong getting that R&B blue focus onto Mike, doing a considerable amount of damage. Mike having to pop his ultimate. Fong still holding on to his, sends the blue. Mike managing to narrowly avoid it. Fong now going for the downgrade, going for that purple to blue armor swap. Oh no! Fong does get caught in his ultimate activation, gets uppercutted by Mike. He's still on the offensive though, goes for the backstab, but he gets caught yet again. Mike now pulls out the pistol, trying to take him down, but Fong has armors everywhere. He swaps yet again to a white, although he has now gone from a purple to a white armor. Not what you want here, as Mike now had the freedom to heal up the purple armor that Fong initially had. Not having ultimate either. It's not a great situation to be here. Gets the scale rush onto Mike, but gets caught. Combos, loses all of his armor yet again, having to swap back the fourth time. Mike gets the half charge, gets the uppercut, gets the jump LMB into R&B. Fong now effing away. Another armor swap. Gets LMB'd into bonk, gets LMB'd into uppercut, caught on the terrain, and he can't do anything about it. Sticky staff. It feels impossible to escape sometimes. Mike using it to his advantage, taking down Fong with that purple staff. I feel like staff is one of the most irritating weapons to deal with, especially when zipping is using it, because staff is extremely good at controlling space. It's a very campy weapon, allows you to play very safe, going back and forwards, holding continuously, has extremely good movement. And if you ever look to half charge and the zipping's got F2, there's nothing you can do. The pressure is insane. And although dagger is also extremely good on zipping, I feel like staff is a little bit more annoying for me personally, considering the weapon swap shenanigans that you can do. But here we have X1 versus Mike. Mike getting that uppercut yet again. X1 getting caught on the wall, doesn't manage to get away though. Mike now at a huge health advantage. X1 trying to wait it out, trying to keep her ultimate as long as possible. Manages to get the F2 into Scale Rush. Oh, a huge Scale Rush. Manages to catch the blue focus as Mike lands onto the ground. X1 though, managing to get saved by the Mortal Defiance passive on her ultimate. Goes for the jump, gets caught by the LMB, goes for an RMB bonk, slams down onto Mike. And Mike manages to tech chase it perfectly. I think that was a slide LMB there. Very nicely done. Sadly, X1 not managing to make it out alive here. Mike just oogly boogly, pressure for days, not looking to back down. It did look pretty good at a certain point. Getting that Scale Rush into the blue focus was very nicely done, but to no avail here.
Yeah, taking a look back now onto J-Team's action as he picks up an elimination onto XXY. And Badass Shen Yuan comes in here on the Yodohime pick, trying to find some pressure here on action, able to catch the grapple into uppercut combo here on the katana, putting a ton of pressure onto J-Team's action. Action really returning the favor here, catches the wave as well. If he can land the spear, that's gonna be it for Shen Yuan. And this is what we talked about. I mean, look, she just doesn't have any advantages left in solo, and now J-Team's action gonna pick up another elimination there. Action with 4 eliminations under their belt already this game. But man, that's what we were talking about with Yodohime, man. Even as much pressure as Shen Yuan created in that given space, there was just nothing they could do given the follow-up from action, the wave. What's Yodo supposed to do in that situation? AOW's Mike here on a bit of a back foot as we see Ventus's Reki to create a ton of pressure here. Both of them trading blows with the staff. Mike with the swapperoonie from the staff into that pole sword. Just a ton of damage coming out. And this is, this is what we were talking about earlier. There's a reason why that is being nerfed, right? You think about the hit stun that comes through from the weapons like the staff and the follow-up damage that the staff can create. The staff already does quite a bit of damage when you're able to create that hit stun in the follow-up. Zhang Yu gonna pick up another elimination here as well and go to 4, tying it up with AOW's Mike and J-Team's action. But being able to hot swap from the hit confirm into staff, you were never meant to be able to hit stun confirm into greatsword or pole sword damage. You just weren't able, like, it's not designed for it to happen that way, right? That said, we talked about how these players will eke out every bit of advantage that they can get here in the Pro League. So while that still exists before the new patch here, these players are going to use that as much as possible to get that extra damage, to pick up those extra eliminations. And that's exactly what we see happening there. J-Team's Action and Zhang Yu now looking to trade blows. We are down to our top 5 players left remaining in the lobby. Action just taking a ton of damage from this legendary staff. No place to go. Zhang Yu goes to 5 eliminations. Turn around and catches Mike. Mike and Zhang Yu both with that poison on from the poison splash there as they continue it up. We're going to see a huge pillar come down. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yu takes control of this fight against Mike. Mike able to find the F2, is going to pop the no ult zone here. Zhang Yu wants to keep the pressure up. Mike takes so much damage, but Zhang Yu going to keep on the hunt here, wants to eliminate Mike while they have the opportunity. This is a potential 6 elimination for Zhang Yu and would make them the front runner in the lobby. AOW's Mike able to find multiple spaces to get some pots off there. Accidentally cancels that pot at the last second, but will have enough time to find another health pot here as the fight continues to break out between Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike. Mike trying to use that F2 to their advantage. We're going to see the charged left click coming out of the staff, though, starting to pummel Mike. Mike not ready for it, doesn't have the parry available there as he overholds, and we're going to see now Zhang Yu keeping the pressure on. Mike, 4 seconds till that F comes back off of cooldown. Zhang Yu going to try to do a little cheeky 2-nah there, but sees Mike start to pressure back, doesn't want to risk it, goes for a regular pot here, is now away from the no ult zone, can yet again extend with the ultimate, but does drop the extension, so Zhang Yu going to lose a little bit of mileage there from that pillar. The massive jump parry coming in from Mike. Mike finally able to find the parry into that staff, but Zhang Yu with a purple staff waiting in the wings will use that weapon swap into the pole sword to create a ton of damage. But now that they're outside of the no ult zone, Mike also with the ult able to get a ton of HP back. Zhang Yu trying to find enough charge to get the ultimate back. They're so close. They just need to find that pillar hit to be able to come out on top. They miss the connection onto Mike and are going to be forced to take the transformation. Otherwise, they might end up losing this fight. Oh my goodness, what a fight between Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike.
Holy moly. Both players, how many times did they use their ult? I think that was 3 pillars from Zhang Yu. That's 150 rage. That's insane. But at the same time, Mike, I feel like he was 1 HP so often, managing to stay alive there with that zipping healing, the zipping sustain. But here we are, back again, back for round 2. Mike now taking the initial damage, losing about half of his armor, but does manage to space out somewhat. And it looks like he's going to be able to get the pot off, looking for that reset. Taking a quick breather, back for round 3, manages to get the LMB into uppercut, forcing Zhang Yu into using his F1, breaking out the combo. Mike getting slightly overheld there, goes for the LMB into blue hole. Zhang Yu not opting to release, but he does the second time. Mike now goes for the F2 into jump and opts to yet again go for the reset, as quite frankly, he's literally just chilling. All he needs to do is burn out all your resources and eventually he will take you down. But here we are, swapping over to Chu Zheng and Wang Liang. Wang Liang now pretty low, does have ultimate available, no armor to speak of though. He's looking to try and get that armor swap. Can he do it? No, he can't. He's forced to teleport back to his original destination and just gets caught by Zhang Yu. That's tragic. Zhang Yu now getting that uppercut into weapon swap, over 1,400 damaged. Hog. Zhang Yu pressuring, trying to get this zipping to I don't think he's going to keep going though. Mike tags in, doesn't look to try and fight the zipping. I mean, like, you just, at some point it just feels like he's been fighting Mike for about 5 minutes now. I think he's probably a bit frustrated. He's like, nah dude, all right, see you later, I'm gonna go reset real quick. Mike picks up the fight, managing to armor through that blue focus, doesn't take all that much damage, manages to get the pot off. Zhang Yu now pressuring yet again. This is definitely Zhang Yu's game. How many kills is that? I think that's 5. Mike also sitting on 5 there. If I'm reading that correctly.
Yep, Mike
isn't it every player using the staff? Oh no, wait. Chu Zheng using that dagger.
Yeah, you know, Zhang Yu backs away from that fight as well as he sees the 2 zips start to go at it. And if I'm Zhang Yu, honestly, I'm not trying to fight 2 Zpings who are just going to be in a heal off against me here. You let them focus each other out, and that way you can just focus on the single Zping, but unfortunately not going to find himself in that situation just yet, as Chu Zhang able to get away. Michael will come in and find Chu Zhang though, and we're gonna see now as Zhang Yu looks to come in for that third-party opportunity, is able to pick up the elimination. That's 2 he's picked up from Mike here, returning the favor from when Mike was able to pick up that elimination earlier. Zhang Yu unfortunately forced onto the katana. He's got his backpack here, not where you want to be in the fight against the staff. We will see some big combos coming in. The grapples coming through, trying to find the hit confirm here, but Zhang Yu really not in the best position here. Another grapple uppercut combo coming in from Zhang Yu. Mike though gonna be forced to use the ultimate here. Zhang Yu gonna use the pillar, trying to finish this off before Mike can make it happen. They're coming through with the F as well. Just wants to eliminate Mike before the healing can come through, trying to keep the pressure up even at the
my god!
from the staff. AOW's Mike comes out on top yet again.
Oh my lord! What the hell? Mike. And right there, you see the power that zipping has. Yeah, the F2, the immunity to stagger, having that staff to literally just. It feels like because when you have this F2, you're literally just eliminating an option in neutral, and neutral like the footsies between players, you're removing an aspect which creates a very specific mind game that is extremely hard to deal with sometimes, especially when you're under pressure and you're trying to take somebody down who's quite literally just 1 HP. It's like, is he going to release this? Mike managing to do I think he was trying to do this 1, 2, 3 into grapple cancel. So he was canceling the animation of the blue focus at the end of his 1, 2, 3, which but the thing is, Zhang Yu wasn't buying it. He wasn't buying it at all. He was hold dodging behind him, going for that LMB every time, and manages to catch him and take him down extremely low. But Mike having that healing available, it's just insanely huge. As long as you can stay on the move, you're going to top yourself back up. You've got that sort of safety net, and it's insanely good when you're trying to fight in these really tight situations. You have that available to you, and you know that you can take these sort of 50-50s, and Mike, being the oogly boogler that he is, he sends those blues and he takes down Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, although he came out, I think, how many kills? I think 6 kills at the very end there with second place. He's definitely happy with the performance. I think he's frustrated.
Here's the thing in playing into Zping like this, and it's really unfortunate that we see Zhang Yu get parried there, and he's forced into the katana, because the katana specifically fell out of favor in solos because of Zping Yang. The healing that comes out from her ultimate, there's no way, when you rewatch that fight, Zhang Yu never drops pressure on Mike, right? He's always hit confirming into damage on Mike, but because Mike has the ultimate going for Zping, the katana doesn't have any moves that deal damage rapidly enough to actually cut through a Zping's ultimate. You can actually sit there and just wail on a Zping in their ultimate with a katana, regardless of what blue focus you throw out from the katana, what combo you fully extend into an uppercut or what, and a Zping will heal straight through it. You need something like the staff that was parried out of Zhang Yu's hand to actually come out on top. We actually see a lot of players who play into Zping running the staff, looking to get that charge left click off the staff, because those jabs that come out, they come out so fast, they actually deal damage 2 ticks between each 1 tick of the Zping ult, and that actually allows you to get an advantage over the healing on the ultimate and secure an elimination with the charge left click off of the staff. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu only has the katana left, meaning that no matter how well they realistically play that fight into Mike, as long as Mike has the ultimate available, they come out on top, and that's what we see happen. Zhang Yu, again, 12.6, second place, 6 eliminations. This is a big game for Zhang Yu, but they've got to be frustrated fighting that many Zpings in a final circle who literally just have a get out of jail free card. They're able to pop that F and go, you don't get to play half the neutral against me now. You like you said, you're forced to either parry or throw a blue to take control of that fight, or you're forced to let the Z-Ping run away and take a full reset and have to burn resources yet again in that fight, and it's not where you want to be. Zhang Yu is going to be looking for blood in the next game.
No, you're absolutely right. It is so unbelievably frustrating to feel like you're just not doing anything and you're just slowly getting outlasted time and time again, having that constant healing available to you. And then, like, one of the main reasons why we need to have this, or why we are having the Pulse Sword into, oh no, sorry, Staff or Great Sword into Pulse Sword, is because it allows these characters that don't actually have all that much kill pressure to have that kill pressure. You know, like, it's like you create a character that's based around survivability, but then you have this specific mechanic that allows them to manage to, like, it allows them to output a considerable amount of damage and have insane kill pressure by just using this one weapon swap, and it's extremely strong. And that's one of the reasons why we're still seeing, like, while we're seeing these zippings actually come out and put a lot of kills onto the board here. And it's so hard to play. You know, like, zipping, it feels like you're constantly fighting and scrambling for that one opening where you can do as much damage as you can, and then they just have this F2 to the majority of the time to mitigate all the stagger. And then if you do happen to make one mistake and they have Staff and a Pulse Sword, you're taking over 1,000 damage. It just feels so hard to deal with. And Chu Zheng, though, he does an extremely good job of staying alive, managing to not waste so many resources. I mean, that's the main reason why he stopped going for Chu Zheng, I think, at the end, the gold armor zipping, but in the top 3, like, he got him low, but he just thought, nah, like, this isn't worth it. I have very few resources left over, so if I continue to chase this and I don't kill him in the next, like, 5 to 10 seconds, I'm stuck. I can't do anything. I'm not going to be able to heal because I don't have the resources to realistically stay alive for all that long. I don't want to have to waste my ult too early on into the final zone, and he's forced to go and get those resources because zipping doesn't care. She doesn't have to. It's
really unfortunate. And, you know, Zhang Yu really played that fight extremely well. Again, given the fact that the only backup weapon he had to fall back onto was the katana, there's just not a whole lot he could do. You can't give up the pressure on the Z-Ping to go back and pick up your staff, because his purple staff was laying behind him on the ground. The problem is if you give Z-Ping an inch, you give Z-Ping a mile. His only chance of winning was to continue to pressure Mike, hold the neutral and hold the advantage in the neutral until that ult ran out. He literally lost control of the neutral 2 ticks before Mike's ult runs out, and because of that, Mike's just able to swing the fight, turn it back on to him. Any other hero and Mike is dead there. Realistically, we saw Zhang Yu literally just control the neutral of that fight once he got him in that first uppercut combo from start to finish. We see the F2 come out and save Mike. Mike then again gets sent back up into the uppercut combo. He's forced to pop the ultimate to stay alive, and there's just nothing Zhang Yu can do about it. But we're gonna throw to a short video before we come back in, lock in for game number 3. So we'll see you guys very shortly.
年纪可能确实有一点影响吧，但是应该影响不是特别的大。你只要每天正常玩，多玩一下，然后还是可以打他们的。因为这个赛季出了个回阳镜，然后可能更偏向于就是打架，然后刀法这一块。然后我这个赛季前半部分打得有点迷，就是不敢打架，然后最近就是调整了一下，调整回来了。我已经在备战复活赛了，因为我现在拿周冠也要打复活赛，然后就随便打了，然后现在就是换一个打法试一下，试个错，然后留着以后复活赛的时候用。现在最强的应该就是麦克和小蜘蛛，因为他俩的属于就是感觉比我们都要强一个等级。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT, a Pro League. I'm your host, Streetcaster, the Rune Keeper. Joining me is Dunkin' Donuts. OC Zhang Yu giving us a lot of insight into why we're seeing his playstyle drastically change so much. And that being like, even if he goes to the bi-weekly and wins this bi-weekly final, because of his performance earlier this season in the NBPL, he's forced to go and play in rep change anyway. So at the end of the day, realistically, there's nothing for him to lose to try out these sort of different play styles. And clearly, he's found his rhythm. He's found his groove where he's coming out, he's playing more aggressively, he's taking these fights. And I think he's found that confidence that he lacked, that he used to have in season 1 and season 2 of the NBPL, because he used to very confidently take these fights. Again, I harken back to that moment during season 1 where he was able to come out on top of this massive fight in a 2v1 scenario in a final circle where he finishes up a fight, literally has 2 ticks of HP, has no ability, no ultimate, and is going up against a Yodohime who has both. He's not only able to completely mitigate the ability, dodge every tick of the ultimate, he clanks once. A second clank in that fight kills him, and he is able to 0 to 100 the other player with no ability, no ultimate available to him, and come out on top. Zhang Yu is a player that I always keep my eyes on, so it's nice to see this sort of return to form where he has this confidence, and clearly he's able to take these fights with other players and make things happen. And if you guys want to be able to take some fights, you might want to get your hands on some of those juicy cosmetics, because we all know having the best drip in the game helps you with your mental. And we've got a question for you that might help you do that. How many kills did Zhang Yu get in game number 2? Is it A4, B5, C6, or D7? Lock your answers in chat and make sure you're paying attention to your inbox here on Twitch, because if you are selected, you're going to get a little message here on Twitch, and you're going to get some goodies to take over to your NARAKA BLADEPOINT account. And you don't want to miss out on goodies, because the NARAKA cosmetic team does not miss. As we take a look, we're 2 games deep today. As we look at the overall standings, Wang Liang with 8 points up on the board for his first 2 games, on pace to outpace his day 1 performance, looking much better than he did day 1 in this bi-weekly. So hopefully Wang Liang continues to trend in that direction for the rest of the day and walks away with a much better day 1 than he did previously this week. JJH's reign, little honorable mention. Some great moments coming out from this player in games 1 and games 2. Not the points he was looking to make, but this is sort of where JJH's reign struggles, is making it to that late game. So he has these really big moments, but he just unfortunately doesn't have the decision making or the positional to be able to make it to those late game spaces. As we take a look at the middle of the pack here, T225. This is a player everybody expected so much out of after their performance in the World Championship. And unfortunately, they continue to find days where they struggle like this. They'll have those big pop-off days like they did day one with a 35.4 game score. And then here they are in day two, 2 zeros back to back. And this is unfortunately very characteristic of T225 as a player. So hopefully they'll be able to bring it back in those final 4 games. Taking a look here, OC Zhang Yu already 17.8 points for the day, very quickly approaching WBG Spider's first place position. He's got 4 games to do it. He's very realistically going to be able to overtake WBG Spider. AOW Mike having a very good day as well. 2 back-to-back first place finishes already at a 27.2 game score. Very likely also going to climb over WBG's Spider. As we take a look, JDG's Chu Zhang, the only other player here towards the top end of this leaderboard, with a 4.6 for the day. And unfortunately, we talk about characteristics like T225. This is very characteristic of JDG's Chu Zhang. He'll have a very big explosive day, and then if he doesn't find his footing in the first game or two, he very typically doesn't have a great second day. So maybe Chu Zhang can bring it back, maybe T225 can bring it back. Only time will tell, Duncan.
No, I have faith in T225. This guy, he's an oogler. I feel like he's comparable to Mike in that way, that he, like, when he's feeling himself, he just doesn't care, and he's in your head, and you know he's there, you know he's in your head, and it's uncomfortable, you know. Like, this guy, he feels unstoppable when he's got his footing, but yeah, it's definitely not his kind of. He doesn't perform all that well when he's not got the first few games under his belt, like not gotten too many kills, but he's always been consistent, and he's not sitting at an all that low of a spot in the leaderboard right now. He's 8th, so he's not. He shouldn't be sweating. You know, he shouldn't be nervous or anything like that. All he needs to do is focus up and try and get himself a few good games so that he can take as many points as he can into the finals, and also just for the sake of performing extremely well and coming out on top and showing that he is a threat to be reckoned with. It's exactly what you want to be doing in these kind of lobbies, as realistically, if you're not asserting some kind of dominance, some people are going to think they can walk all over you, and that's not what you want to be allowing in this scene. As, quite frankly, if someone sees you as an easy target, you're always going to get focused down. But here we are going into the next game. I don't think this is a Firefly map. I think we got first game Firefly map and game 5 and game 6, if I remember correctly. I'm not too sure, although we will see in just a moment. I don't think we're going to see anything too spicy. We might see an ACOS or two, because I actually am of the opinion that ACOS does reasonably well on non-Firefly maps. With his V1, although he doesn't have F3 right now, with F1 and F2 available to him, he can make a lot happen. And especially against Ferriers, well, as I'm talking about Ferrier, we've got quite a few of them here. Ferrier, still probably the safer pick. ACOS, realistically, without the F3 that was introduced, that's not on the patch that they're currently playing on, it's not as strong. F3, having been out for one patch, has already been adjusted and nerfed. So it's extremely powerful, and it goes to show that, considering the nerf. So perhaps we're not going to see it. We might see it in the next week when they play on the patch that just got changed today, but perhaps not for now, considering that everything else is tested, tried and true. Farrier, you know, there's no need to do anything else. Farrier feels just like the pick when it comes to daytime maps a lot of the time, as you have essentially so many lives, so many chances with that F1 being one of the best combo breakers in the game, as you are not only doing damage, but you're clanking the opponent that you F away from. As in, if they are doing an attack, it will force them to do the clank animation where they swing backwards, so to speak, and it's extremely useful. The cooldown's not too long, and then having this V3 available to use it not only as a safety net, but as a combo extender, starter, and even potentially as a wall to hide behind, as we've seen in trios quite a few times. Barriers are just using their pillar to hide behind and get that reset off when they do need to do so.
You know, we talk about min-maxing, right? And that's part of that min-maxing that we talk about all the time. Please tell me Mike sees the purple armor up above him.
Yeah, I saw that. Please.
There's no way he... Okay. I was going to be very disappointed if Mike walked away from that purple armor. But no, we talk about min-maxing and these players trying to get the maximum out of everything. And Feria Pillar is one of those abilities that you can min-max a lot, right? Like you say, you can find even alternative uses for it, where you're able to use that pillar to block space from keep players from, you know, getting through a doorway, or even using it to block projectiles, hiding behind it so you can get those resets you're looking for. T225 here off to a good start. Unfortunately, J-Team's actually going to turn it around with a massive uppercut onto T225. And man, T225, I'm not sure what's going on with the mentality today, but unfortunately, definitely not the best performance we've seen coming through from Zhang Yu. Gonna go immediately onto the armor swap here as Ventus's Reki continues to create pressure, but Zhang Yu more than happy to continue to trade blows with Reki. Reki looking to come in onto him. We see him use that staff, jump up onto it so he can counteract the grapple hook coming through from Reki. Unfortunately, Reki able to continue to find small amounts of damage onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, though, coming in, almost able to take complete control of that situation. Reki forced to use the F to keep himself from going into the death thralls, and Zhang Yu immediately able to flip that fight on its head after he's baits the F out and takes an elimination early. Zhang Yu keeps it rolling here in game number 3. He shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Mike, more than happy to just tilt topside here. He's got full HP, full armor, and we see J-Team's Action down below just looking to threaten space with the scale rush. Mike more than happy to want to come in and try to cancel the healing here from Action. Action able to get that pot off, trying to create a ton of space with those dual blades. Mistimes the parry, though. Mike able to get that charged vertical off of the longsword is going to do a ton of damage to J-Team's Action. Action coming topside, finds that other blue set of armor he knew was there. Immediately into the armor swap, follow up with the ult into the backstab to do a ton of damage to AOW's. Mike looks to come inside, potentially find some more pots and resources from himself. That's exactly what he's going to find. He's going to keep fighting here if he has the opportunity. Badass Shenyuan extremely low here versus JDG's Chu Zhang. Shenyuan, a player here that we've talked about all day, has struggled to find any sort of mileage. Nothing he can do here. The second backstab comes through. He has no way to counter that. JDG's Chu Zhang walks out on top. AOW Mike going extremely low. J-Team's Action keeping the pressure up. Mike forced to use that pillar. Doesn't find the knockback from the pillar, but will find terms of HP from the pillar, and Action going to keep the pressure up, keeps those musket shots coming from range, but never giving Mike the opportunity to create any sort of pressure onto J-Team's Action. Action going to let him find the reset here, because he knows as soon as that ultimate burns through that he's going to be able to come out on top of this fight. Yes, Mike has that purple armor, but Action with the confidence wants to keep the pressure going. Comes in, finds the charge left click off the dual blades, almost instantly minces the armor off of Mike. Mike going to find the F just in time to keep a single tick of armor there from J-Team. Action puts him in the corner and says, Mike, it's time to go to timeout.
Exactly, as you said it, he's got that confidence to extend this fight and continue pressuring Mike, and he did exactly that, and it looks like he's feeling himself and doing exactly the same thing to Fong. Fong coming in and just getting absolutely melted, losing all of his armor, but he's playing zipping, so he regenerates all of it to quickly then get it removed yet again. But again, it doesn't matter. Zipping Gaming, Xin forced to pop his Matari ult, using those backstabs to try and bypass the blue focus, bypass the neutral, and essentially try and take prio for himself. However, Zipping is not having it. Zipping has that F2 available. Your light attacks mean nothing to me, boy. And Sin is forced to try and get a reset here. Manages to find one blue pot, and turns around and just sends the blue focus on those purple dual blades. Such a huge amount of damage, but doesn't manage to secure the tech chase. And Fong takes him down on that dodge. Holy moly, extremely well done from Feng. The action doesn't stop though. We're moving on over to Jiang Yu and Mike. Mike has managed to find himself yet another purple armor. He's got that spear and pulse sword, goes for the swap, but doesn't manage to secure the kill just yet. Although he does manage to force out the ultimate from Jiang Yu and looks to go for the reset instead, as he doesn't have his ultimate available, doesn't have those resources in abundance. But it looks like he's found another player here, GD Yongke, looking to try and pick up a kill for himself this game. He's got blue armor, but he does have that purple dagger. Goes for the blue focus release, knowing that Mike is on the wall, but he doesn't manage to catch him. Mike running low on resources. I think he's definitely going to try and find some resources for himself. I think he's heading over to that shop. But here we have Reki now being pressured by Wang Liang, forced to use the ultimate, extremely low HP. We don't know what armor he has just yet. What does he have? Is he going to heal it? Is that white?
I do believe...
No, it's blue.
It's blue, yep.
It's blue, yeah. Not the best position to be in, especially considering that he only has a white weapon. Unless he was parried. Oh yeah, he was parried. He was parried, has that blue staff, pulls that out, looking to try and use the staff momentum and movement, but opts to go for the dual blades instead. Perhaps he picked them up off the floor just then. Wang Liang using that pulse sword, that RMB, sends the stone form and spins it around when he sees the red. Extremely powerful tech. Pulse sword being able to redirect pretty much every single one of its blue focus is extremely useful when trying to bait out these parries. But here we have the third party. Xin coming in, sees it, Zipping and Feria. I'll go for the Feria, thank you very much. Feria can't heal permanently, can't frustrate me into oblivion. Let's go for the Feria. Although, let's be honest, Feria is extremely annoying to deal with as well. But he did see that the Feria's ult had been used. But it doesn't look like Wang Liang is going to let him have this for free. He's going to continue to pressure. They're just tag teaming in and out here. Moving over onto the Yang fight. Mike getting overheld, eating that blue focus. Feria versus Matari here. Chu Zheng opting to pop the ult reasonably early. Mike manages to catch him on the dodge backwards into the pulse sword swap. Gets backstabbed. Opts to go for the V3. Does he get the blue focus? He does! And he gets the jump LMB to finish him off at the very end there. Very nicely done by Mike.
You know, I'm usually a aggressive Matari lover. I love to see Mataris going in for the backstabs, but unfortunately into Feria that still has ult when you're that low, you're actually just hurting yourself, right? Typically I want to see those teleports go in. I want to see you aggressively extend combos, but when Feria has that pillar, the problem is coming out of backstab, Feria just gets to press V, send you flying, and when you're that low, the hit confirm coming off the pillar is an absolute death sentence. We're going to see T225 here looking to finally find a little bit of space here, was able to hit XXY with the pillar, follow it up into a huge uppercut combo off of the longsword. The parry does come through, but both of them are going to go down to the timer and find themselves with Yang depletion. T225 not happy about that whatsoever, still struggling to find their first elimination of the day, not of the game, of the day.
And really? He hasn't gotten a single kill?
Has not picked up a single elimination or placement point all day. So T225 really struggling to make anything happen. So close to it. He actually had control of the neutral. Looked to be the one coming out on top of that fight, but gets timed out due to the Yang timer there. Very unfortunate. We see Shen Yuan here trading blows onto AOW's Mike. Mike coming in, following it up with that legendary staff, but getting a staff turned on to them. Shen Yuan trying to keep it moving here as multiple players coming in, looking to find some range shots on other players. Shen Yuan actually going to be bought safety here by Yonkei, who sees AOW's Mike, does not see Shen Yuan. Yonkei going to continue to pressure AOW's Mike, but we are in Celestra. This is where things get sticky for so many players, so many surfaces to scale rush off of, so many places for these players to escape. Mike finds a blue armor to armor swap into as well, turns the fight immediately onto Yonkei. Yonkei going to be forced to back out of it. Mike going to let him because he wants to armor swap back into that purple armor, get it healed up, and get himself back in the position he was in and not lose that set of armor. Mike, the king of finding those extra armors when he needs it. T225 here.
Indeed.
Looks like he has been able to find an elimination somewhere, but he needs to find another one if he wants to get rid of this Yang depletion. I didn't see him pick up that elimination. So he does finally have an elimination for the day. He needs to find a second, though, if he wants to keep this game going.
Oh, no.
Action gonna get sniped from downrange, and it's Zhang Yu who picks up the elimination. Does Zhang Yu keep our boy T225 from getting the Soul Bloom? I'm not quite sure.
Oh my God!
I think he was able to get it. T225 goes so low. Oh my goodness, Zhang Yu just barely holding on as T225 blitzes through the HP bar there with that longsword. Those slashes coming through. Zhang Yu forced to try to keep the pressure up. Now gonna go for the cannon mode here. Needs to find a way to get some resets. T225 just resetting in his face, and Zhang Yu hasn't popped a heal yet. Will find one heal, goes for the cannon shot, not able to find the knockback. Looks for another pot here, gonna opt to heal the shield for the second time. Gonna find yet another one here. He tries to go for the cannon mode, but the ult's gonna run out. Zhang Yu comes out, is in a pretty decent situation. T225 not happy at all about the kill being stolen from him, but he did find that Soul Bloom he was looking for. Continues to pressure onto Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu more than happy to let the fight continue to play out. He's got those dual blades looking to lock T225 down with that charge left click. You get a ton of damage coming out. T225 though with the staff trying to find those optimal weapon swap combos we talked about before. Zhang Yu able to catch him out in that charge left click, doing a ton of damage. The pillar coming through from the players here, but XXY shows up looking to find an elimination because he too needs that precious Soul Bloom, and he looks to take it from T225. T225 takes a ton of damage, is going to back off here. Needs to find a reset, is able to find one pot, able to find two pots, but Zhang Yu waiting in the wings, looking to third party back onto this fight. T225 not going to find the confirm off of the cannon, is forced to pressure away here, tries to find that cannon shot. XXY just playing footsie with those cannon shots, more than happy to use the iframes to tease T225. It's continuing to brawl though, has 45 seconds to find it themselves. That Soul Bloom message to get rid of that Yang depletion. Oh my goodness! Zhang Yu comes in with the parry, picks up both players, XXY and T225, and this time XXY gets the Soul Bloom off of Zhang Yu's elimination and keeps himself alive. Zhang Yu keeping the hopes and dreams of these players alive and then turning around and crushing them.
Holy moly, that damage was insane. Zhang Yu here and XXY, both pillars coming out. XXY he's not close enough to his pillar. He gets taken down by Zhang Yu. Oh no, not what you want, my friend. Not at all what you want. Oh, what a shame. What a scrap there from those farriers. We saw so many ults, so many kills stolen, so much damage. Jesus, that was nuts. But here we are, moving on over to the Yang. Wang Liang actually opting to go into Yang as zipping, which, to be honest, in a farrier lobby, I would, the parry to 1v1. Respectable. I respect these guys. They're buddies, you know. They're boys. You know, everyone in these games, they know each other. They fight each other on a day-to-day basis. Wang Liang, though, opening up with a blue focus release, gets parried by Mike, but has that ultimate and F2 available on zipping to manage to stay topped up. He does get overhealth though. Wang Liang losing all the health that he just regenerated, and again gets blue focused. Mike sending all the blues, goes for the jump parry with that very well-known line. You send both blues, get them into parrying. Oh, get them to try and release, to try and match you. Oh, Mike yet again getting overheld just a little bit, and But there it is. Did you see his face? Did you see his face in the cam? He's just chuckling to himself. I bet you he just looked over to Mike and he was just like, you troll, dude. Stop sending these blues. Stop grieving, bro. What are you doing? And then Mike just looks over at him and goes, yeah, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
I love it. I love us. One thing I wish we could see more of, you know, like the relationships and the friendships and the memes and the joking around between these players. I think that would be so funny to see because it's definitely something that they do. And Wang Liang, though, a pre-prepped Soul Bloom. Here's one I prepared earlier. Wang Liang never goes into Yang without a Soul Bloom in his pocket. And here we are, moving on over. Mike. Wait, is that both players with Yang buff, or is that the bounty? I can't tell.
It's
no,
the bounty
it was
from
just
Mike.
The bounty. I couldn't tell for a second there. Mike,
oh my goodness,
taking down Rain.
By the way, I want to talk about the fact that we're down to 6 players at the start of Zone 3, and we have OC Zhang Yu with 5 eliminations in his pocket already. Like, oh my goodness, Zhang Yu and Mike really just cleaning these lobbies up today. Like, quite honestly, in both games, it's been AOW's Mike in first place and Zhang Yu hot on his heels. But right now, Zhang Yu in a pole position here with 2 eliminations over top of AOW's Mike. 6 players left alive in the lobby. These players, when you're this early into the game and you only have 6 players left remaining, you can afford to take fights. The third party risk is extremely minimal. Zhang Yu here with the legendary nunchuck going on about Shen Yuan here. Unfortunately, the third party is available here from Mike, and the question is, does Zhang Yu or Mike pick up this elimination at this point? Zhang Yu tries to get it, but no, it's going to be Mike who comes in, gets the parry, picks up the legendary nunchucks as well. Zhang Yu not happy about this. Shen Yuan not happy about it either because he's eliminated, but Zhang Yu so mad that he lets himself get third party, the kill taken away from him. Gonna be forced to mech up here, knows that he's just gonna have to take the reset here. He can't really do anything to pressure Mike in the given situation because Mike still has ultimate, still has abilities available, and was able to get that parry into those legendary nunchucks. Zhang Yu just needs to back away from this fight as far away as he can and not let Mike create pressure onto him as a player. And it's kind of interesting to see all of these players so close to each other given how much space still exists on the map. We're still Zone 3, just now collapsing onto Zone 4, and all of these players, for some reason, all in the same space.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, Zhang Yu, I think the main reason why he opted to go in this direction was because this specific temple, this building, on the edge of Celestra is one of those spots where you can just kite for days. There's countless windows, ledges, little crevices. The building itself on the inside is massive. There's so much space to move around in. And it's just one of those spots that if you're under pressure, if you manage to make it to this, like to one of these specific locations, you can manage to stay alive for far longer than you would have been able to in an open space. It's just like the tower up next to Eventide Temple, the one with about 4 different levels with the little gap between the roofs, just the ability to stay on the move constantly and being able to get the reset, maybe recharge your ultimate, what have you. You know, these kind of spots are exactly the spots that you need to be aware of in these high pressure games, high intensity games, because if you don't have this kind of knowledge, you're more than likely going to get shipped and picked apart by the lobby as everyone's looking to come in and vulture kills and get those low effort points for themselves. But Mike here spots the zipping and is on the chase.
Yeah, Mike is just absolutely hungry here. But I mean, it's literally just this back and forth dance today between AOW's Mike and OC Zhang Yu. It really feels like the rest of the lobby just can't compete with these 2 particular players. And Zhang Yu, not in bad form. He's been second every single game, consistently putting points up on the board. He's already moved past WBG Spider in terms of points. Zhang Yu also able to come in, finds the legendary armor here from the box, more than happy about his position in life. Also going to be able to find another legendary weapon to replace the legendary weapon he lost to the parry from AOW's Mike earlier. Chills on the box, waiting to see if the Matari is going to TP back. Yonkai going to find themselves extremely low. Everybody looking for the kill, and Zhang Yu with a snipe from quite literally downtown into the Matari, who's invisible, goes to 6 eliminations already. Oh,
Jesus.
2 players, OC Zhang Yu and AOW Mike, absolute monsters, dominating and decimating these lobbies. Can nobody dethrone these 2 players today? What in the world was that, Zhang Yu? Literally, that shot, like 1 in a billion shots. Matari, she's invisible. She just teleports. She's so far away. Zhang Yu just comes in with the complete confidence. Oh my goodness, Mike and Zhang Yu looking to go head to head here. Need to be very careful though. There are 4 players left alive. If this fight breaks into third party potential, both of these players could find themselves in a poor positioning. Zhang Yu in that positioning right now as Ventus's Reki looks to show up. See Zhang Yu is low, wants to capitalize on it. Zhang Yu with that legendary longsword has also picked up that Phoenix Blast Soul Jade. Oh, so much damage coming out onto Mike. Finds it again, goes to 7. Parries Ventus's Reki. Oh my God, Zhang Yu is an absolute monster today. Reki picks up the Soul Bloom but does not care as oh my God, Zhang Yu again. 8 eliminations. What am I watching?
Let's go. Zhang Yu. Oh my, the damage.
The man is built different.
He does not care. The Phoenix Blast. Oh my, I mean, Longsword Phoenix Blast. It does so much damage. You just, if you get hit by that, you're getting obliterated. But here we have the final fight, Zhang Yu versus Wang Liang. Zhang Yu manages to catch Wang Liang in that grapple longsword infinite, but drops it on the third confirmation. Sadly, Wang Liang though manages to catch the blue focus release from Zhang Yu, manages to catch that double hold parry. Zhang Yu now on the back foot. Can he bring it back here? Pops the pillar, holds blue, doesn't immediately dive into his mech, and he's now on the back foot, and Zhang Yu gets taken down by Wang Liang.
Doesn't even matter. Zhang Yu, so 8 eliminations in a second. Like, he's clearly the MVP. Look, Wang Liang gonna be happy about picking up the elimination, but this game alone sets OC Zhang Yu on pace to beat his day 1. What an explosive game from OC Zhang Yu. Oh my goodness.
And when we saw his face coming out of that game just now, I think that's the most emotion we've seen on a single player's face in Nbpl for a very long time. My man was smiling. He was happy with himself. I am a bit surprised that Mike opted to greed and not go for the mech, not go for that transformation there. He opted to just sit there and hold blue, not expecting Zhang Yu to just oogly boogly send the Phoenix Blast, you know? Like, I think he was gonna go for a clank perhaps or something, or maybe he expected him to go for the double hold and went and was like prepping to go for a double charge parry. But I don't know. I mean, it was a bit greedy from Mike, but Mike definitely still happy with his performance. He's still been doing extremely well today. Holy, what a game.
Dude,
what a banger.
Dude, this is the thing with Zhang Yu too. Zhang Yu came in swinging today out of the gate, and Zhang Yu is a player that as the day goes on only gets better. This is something we've seen from Zhang Yu as a player in general, not even just this week as he's swapped his strategies, but as a player, he suffers the most during games 1 and game 2, where he kind of has a little bit of that rust. He's trying to warm up, he's trying to get that rust off of him, and throughout the day his score typically goes up, right? So here we are, game 3. He's already had 2 second place finishes, very decent points on the board for both of those games. Comes in, almost, you know, goes to 9 eliminations in first place finish, goes to 8. Unfortunately, Wang Liang able to come out on top. It seems like Zhang Yu, really the mental of fighting so many Z-pings today is, I think, what bogs him down in that moment. He drops the pillar, doesn't opt to go in the pillar, wants to keep that pressure up. And unfortunately, there's just been so much Z-ping in his face today. He kind of misreads that situation, gets the longsword infinite turned on him, and he does end up losing there. But again, 8 kills in a second place finish is a huge amount of points for a solos game, and he's still very happy with his performance here. And I think we're only going to continue to see AOW's Mike and OC Zhang Yu clean lobby after lobby today. Nobody has been able to touch these two guys in terms of the amount of score that they have been putting on the board today. These players are absolutely cracked out of their mind today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. With the parries as well, they would just ping, ping, just turning around. It felt like completely blind as well. Maybe he heard it in his ear, heard the charge, and just instantly turn around, jump parry. And a huge amount of damage as well. To have Phoenix Blast, gold longsword. Imagine if he'd had Hepta. Imagine.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine if he had Hepta. It was over. He would have definitely won that game. I think the main reason why he ended up losing at the very end there was because he was trying to maximize the amount of damage that he could put onto the zipping, because he knew that as soon as he ended that combo, the zipping was going to use her F2 to space out and potentially get a reset. So he was trying to get as much damage as he could. Going for the third uppercut grapple cancel on the longsword grapple infinite is actually one of the harder ones, as you have to grapple a little bit further than on the first two, as you're essentially pushing them further and further away from you when doing the combo. So you have to make sure that you space it extremely well, otherwise it will drop. And it's exactly what happened. He manages to drop it. He doesn't get the correct grapple timing, and like, if he'd stopped after the second one and simply gone for the blue focus, he potentially could have come out on top there. But
oh my goodness,
it's very understandable, you know, like when you're fighting a zipping, you want to try and maximize the damage that you put onto the zipping before they can use their F2, because otherwise it just feels like a kite fest. Like, it's just non-stop. Holy, look at that. That was tasty.
Oh,
yeah, I remember when we saw that.
This replay reel is literally just a best of Zhang Yu moment here. We're going to cut the mic picking up this elimination on terrain, but I do believe the rest of this is just going to be Zhang Yu absolutely cleaning clutch. That snipe was so clean, and then he comes in here, and again, Mike really reads this. He comes in and he lets the left click rip into Zhang Yu, charging that Phoenix Blast for a second time. We see Reki actually pick up the Soul Bloom there, but Zhang Yu able to come in and completely clean the clock. Oh my goodness. What a disgusting display coming out from OG Zhang Yu in this game.
He's a happy bunny. He's very happy with himself.
15.8 game score.
It's insane. It's actually insane. What did he have there? Skyforce, Phoenix Blast, Target Lock. Oh my god. Target Lock is so strong. It's so hard to deal with. This Jade is, if you've ever encountered a player who has aim, it's just, it feels so you're just stuck there and you're just desperately scrambling to do anything about it. But holy moly, Zhang Yu pulling out a huge game. Do you actually, a quick question, do you know the record for the highest point game in a solo game?
So last season, when there were 2 more players available, so 16 players in a lobby instead of 14, WBG Spider picked up 10 eliminations and a first place finish, and currently still holds the record for the most amount of eliminations, the most amount of points picked up in a single solos game. It's going to be very hard for anybody to beat that, given the fact that we are now going to a 14-player lobby instead of a 16-player lobby. realistically, we talk about it. There's 4 less kills available. Because of course you have that early resurrection, and very rarely do these players not utilize that resource in the lobby, right? They're looking to pressure as many fights as they can while they have that rebirth available, trying to stack as many points as they possibly can. So typically 2 less players means 4 less eliminations in a lobby, so it's kind of hard to get to. But Zhang Yu here gets very, very close. If he had been able to pick up that elimination onto Wang Liang, he would have been 1 kill short of tying the record in a lobby with 2 less players, which honestly would have felt like a record-breaking game given the fact that there were 2 less players in the lobby.
Yeah, to achieve that on in a lobby where there's 4 less total eliminations to be had, is quite a feat. You know, like, you have to be coming out swinging. You have to be like having the game of your life. You know, it's a sight to see. He's definitely, I was worried. I remember saying at the very beginning that I was worried that he would come in today having performed extremely well in the on his previous day, thinking, oh, I need to make sure that I do well. You know, I need to make sure that last week doesn't look like a fluke. You know, I can perform, I can fight and scrap it out with the best of them. You know. But he wasn't worried. He's not worried. He's feeling himself. But anyway, we are going to be heading over to a quick interview, and we will be right back. Game 4.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Wang Liang, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 梁子，先给大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是查斯基的王良。
好的，欢迎王良来到我们的赛后采访。So first, we know that you are using the 子平 in the game 3, and I know like some audience they have the different ideas, and I would like to know how Wang Liang comment on this hero. 那我首先想要问一下第一个问题啊，因为第3把我们看到梁子用了殷子平这个英雄，那我们现在其实大家听到对子平的这个评价其实是参差不齐的，特别想问一下梁子自己怎么评价这个英雄呢？
这个英雄就是进攻性不强嘛，就因为技能都是回复和免疫僵直的技能，所以他的存活能力非常强。然后就比较适合比赛的节奏嘛，因为比赛还是有个排名分在那儿的，只要保活，而且梅花桩也会有很多的机会去收下几百分。
是的 So in my opinion, I think this hero is really fit to the speed of the match, because it's like he has less attacked in the skills like compared with other heroes, but it can be very good at survive and save to the end of the game, and it's very hard and very important to our players. So that's why I think Ziping is a really strong hero in the matches.OK， 那接下来我们也到了一个问答抽奖送福利的环节，让我们看一下游戏规则。So let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. You guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. Question is, who is leading the scoreboard now?今天的问题啊是目前为止啊，今天谁领跑了积分板 ？A 呢是 Spider，B 是 Mike，C 是风 ，D 是翔宇。说到翔宇这个，因为我们刚才其实梁子刚刚跟翔宇进行过一波战斗啊，想问一下翔宇，其实今天在小片当中也说到自己其实最近因为准备要直接打复活赛了嘛，那他现在也在准备尝试一些新的东西在进行比赛。今天跟他打下来，博弈下来，感觉怎么样？
博弈下来还是感觉他非常的自信啊，就是蓄力都出得很自信。就我可能就觉得就是这种没有压力的情况下，就是因为本来就要打复活赛了嘛，所以这周就展现自己就好了。就是这种没有压力的状态会，就是让他能达到自己平常的水准。
是的 So I just asking Wang Liang because in the end of the game 3, it seems like Xiangyu and Wang Liang they have one-on-one fighting at the end of the game. So how's his feeling for Xiangyu? And he said he thinks Xiangyu today is really confident because he needs to do the repeat charge, and it seems like he has something new to show and have less pressure now, and it's the time for us and for him to show himself. Okay, I think our player is prepared and let's start counting. 那我觉得梁子应该已经准备好送福利了吧？来，我们准备给大家倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那么我们接下来也要公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
今日领跑积分榜的是 DOC 的翔宇。
Yes, today's correct answer is D, OC 翔宇. Okay, so we are going to have the bi-weekly final, but for Wang Liang, maybe it's a hard time for you, because it seems like you're like before the game 3, you're like 14. Yeah, and I would like to know how's your feeling and like how you will adjust in the rest of the game. 那其实今天我觉得到目前为止，其实可能对梁子来说也是一个比较艰难的时光，对不对？目前踩在这个及格线上啊，然后因为第3把结束之后，我们还没有看一个总的积分板变化。那其实，在及格线左右浮动的话，自己心里面是怎么样一个状态？准备接下来几把怎么样去进行一个调整呢？
我是看了下面的分啊，下面分都不高，我几乎这一把就是刚刚拿到这一把天选之后，我的分是已经够了。
哦，是的。
就后面3把就拿个1-2分好像就进了，没有什么压力。
一下子第3把打完，给自己压力降下来了很多，是吗？那也希望像你刚才跟翔宇说的那样，放下自己的压力，发挥出自己真实的水平，好吗？ Okay, so after game 3, to be honest, it seems like I have enough score to enter to the bi-weekly final, and I think I have less pressure now and just do myself. OK， 好的，谢谢梁子今天一个分享，再次感谢来到我们赛后采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我是林小如，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的专心人。我赛时者就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。时者只有老人头上嘅盘王架可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王钟是不你在台上嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿起嘅平王鐘對着正在看待心眼。夢想地個台上嚟以後就像平王鐘嘅樣子。每一次以趕場走前，我都好搶着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛老给我戴这个呀？我想戴上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我向啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛進行落去。所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王鐘。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。國慶意衫唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣 讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。我來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平庸嘅群島中嘅一個。我也是平庸，我是書記，我心無懼。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we take a look, we are at the halfway point, and we're going to be looking at our scores thus far today. Unfortunately, for many a fan watching at home, KZ's Master Demo has fallen into 15th place, which means he will not be heading into the bi-weekly final. Demo, we love you, brother. Hopefully, we get to see you come in strong during the rep change and make it into the season final. And if not, we wish you luck in season 2, brother. Yonke, unfortunately, having a pretty scuffed day as well with a 4.4 overall score for the day. In the middle of the pack, we're taking a look at the players here who are at risk of being eliminated. And one of those players is Alliance's Jin, holding on to that 11th place position. But these other players still have 3 games to put points on the board. 2 of those players being Wang Liang and KLA's Fong, 2 very top tier players here. So Jin, if he's watching right now, has got to be sweating bullets. And unfortunately for GS's T225, continuing to struggle today. A 1.7 in game number 3. They had 2 fat zeros for game 1 and 2. And while they were able to find a single elimination this game, unfortunately they fell victim to the beast that is OC Zhengyu. Look at this. He's only played 3 games today. 33.6 points on the board. AOW's Mike, just a couple more points on the board, 34.7. But of course, OC Zhengyu had a blistering day 1 for himself with a 48.3 game score. He's currently sitting at the top of the pack, outpacing WBG's Spider at an 81.9. And he still has 3 games to go, Duncan.
I know. He has... I think he might break the record today. I mean, this guy, he's like, he doesn't care, dude. One thing though, when you mentioned 225, he's having a bit of a hard time. However, you could see it. I talked about earlier, when he gets his stride, when he gets into his stride, when he gets going, he's really hard to deal with. And in that one moment in that last game, he'd already gotten a kill. He was fighting in that sort of 2-way, then became a 3-way fight. He got the Soul Bloom after he had his kill stolen, and then he got Oogly. He was feeling himself. He was back to his peak performance. He was sending the longsword wind slashes. He just stood in place and sent 3 back to back and took down the enemy player so low they were forced to ult. And sadly, he didn't come out on top there. He only had the blue armor. He was at a bit of a disadvantage. And it just, I mean, it is what it is. But like, he's like, when he gets going, he gets going.
Yeah. No,
he gets going, you know?
T225 is one of those players. Again, I think we all expected huge things out of T225 given his performance in the World Championship. I don't think anyone questions whether T225 deserves to be here or has the skill to win, right? Unfortunately for him as a player, he is one of those players, like when WBG Spider first came on the scene, he was very feast or famine. It's only very recently that Spider has started to figure out how to find those middle of the road games and find that level of consistency. A player like T225 is old WBG Spider, where he's extremely feast or famine. He has really big pop-off games. He's able to come in, and again, he had like a 30-point day, right, on his first day. So that's a very respectable score. That's a top end of the leaderboard sort of score for a one-day player. But the problem is now he's coming in, he's not been able to find the momentum he's wanted in his second day, and he lets that get to him. He's not able to find any sort of bearing when he has a bad game. So that's that sort of feast or famine play style we talk about all the time, and T225 suffering from that. That said, he's still very new to the league, right? It took WBG Spider all of season 2, all of the World Championship, and most of this season to sort of figure out how to overcome that feast or famine play style to find those sort of middling games. So T225 definitely still has the time to overcome that, and he's not a player who's going to be going home anytime soon.
No, you're absolutely right. None of these players are looking to drop out. None of these players are looking to go down quietly. They all want to come out swinging. They all want to show how ugly they can get. You know, holy moly, Jiang Yu has been decimating people left and right. It feels like he's just a titan that is like this. Where has this man been this whole time? Like, where has he been? It's just, he just woke up and chose violence today. And the previous week, he woke up and he was just, I'm ready. He's gonna take everybody down, and I love to see it. I love to see players that haven't I mean, he's definitely been a really well-performing player in the past, but so far in the past 3 bi-weeklies, he's not been putting too many points on the board. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he's had a single day's performance that even comes close to what we've been seeing in this bi-weekly. So I don't know what he's done, and as we heard in the interview there with Wang Liang, that he sees that he's feeling a lot more confident with himself, and that he's, I think, bringing out these new things that people haven't seen before, or so we heard. So I don't know what exactly it is that he's doing. It's possible that it's quite frankly just the sheer confidence, you know, when you're feeling confident with yourself, with your ability, with your like ability to read situations, and just your general for the lack of a better word, aura, you know, the presence that you exert in the game, it's very hard to overcome this mental edge, so to speak, because that's what it is. When you go into a fight with this kind of attitude, you have a mental edge over your opponent, unless you're going up against somebody like Mike, or potentially Spider, potentially Wang Liang, even all of these players who I feel have this kind of mental attitude and tone, so to speak, when they go into fights in these kind of games, and it's very hard to deal with.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I want to take a look here. Sorry, not to take away from your point here. As we take a look at the hero picks, though, we're looking at a very Tarka, Valda, Matari heavy lobby, and this is a very, very interesting setup for a lot of these players. You know, Valda really able to cancel Tarka out of his ultimate. Tarka really able to capitalize onto Matari's, and Matari's able to use that backstab to capitalize and come out on top of fights, typically against Valda. So we've got a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors in terms of the hero select going here. I think we saw one Takeda, a couple of Zeepings, but realistically, most of this lobby being Matari's, Valda's, and Tarka's is going to be a very interesting breakdown. And look, all the way down here, we're going to see a ton of these players heading towards the south side of the map as 4 players going to drop immediately onto one another. As we take a look over at Shadow Jade, we're going to see Shen Yuan and Fang dropping down, looking to take all of that juicy loot in that golden loot zone being on Shadow Jade. That's a lot of loot for 2 players to potentially comb through. And there's a lot of little crevices and places to maneuver throughout that space. So it's going to be interesting to see how that fight breaks out as we turn our attention now to OC Zhang Yu. Of course, our current front-running player. This man has been absolutely on fire, a demon, if you will, here in these lobbies. Him and AOW's Mike really just sweeping these lobbies under the rug, and almost every single ending zone has turned into a fight between OC Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike.
Yeah, no, I would like to say, point something out real quick. Zhang Yu went for a Firefly that very few people are aware of, and it's lovely to see, as I am the Firefly encyclopedia, as many of you may know. I know the exact location of every single one of them. I am a big advocate for their utilization. But yes, indeed, here we have Fong on that Takeda, going into Shen Yuan, managing to catch him on the way down as he falls to the ground, having cancelled out the F1 bubble with his F3 gold focus. He just goes straight through and just, oh, nah, and catches him out. Extremely nicely done by Fong there. But here we are on the edges of Celestra. Chu Zheng and X-Run scrapping it out here. X-Run with that cannon trying to apply some pressure from range, but Chu Zheng looks like he's managing to stay at a safe distance. Mike going for the overhold into the double stage parry, but doesn't manage to get it, gets overhold. Even then, forced to pop his ultimate, forces out the ult of the opposing Taka as well. Instead of going for the reset, opts to go back in. Oh, he gets the punch, goes into F. Xin looking to back off now. Neither Taka has F available. Mike's looking to try and make something happen as he ulted. Although it was only a few moments before Xin, it still makes the difference. So if you get caught at the end of your ultimate and the opposing Taka has a couple seconds, it can be the difference between life and death in these kind of lobbies. Mike now heading over to Celestra, not really looking to extend that fight with the Taka.
Yeah, no, not whatsoever. Unfortunately, you burnt your ultimate. You're in a poor position in terms of armor. Celestra might not be the best place for Mike to be right now.
I was actually about to say, I don't think it's the place he should be, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you know, very typically a ton of fights breaking out. He has white armor, he has no ultimate. It's not where you want to be as a target. We turn over, we see Wang Liang getting eliminated here in this fight with JL's Ego and EWG's Zhu Ran. Ego, the one picking up that elimination. Forced to use the ultimate there. Does get a backstab off, is going to look to opt to pressure away here. Get a potion, or sorry, get a shield bot off there. Get a little bit of a reset, as Celestra really is turning into this massive fighting video. Zhu Ran comes in with a massive parry onto Yonkai here, follows it up with the jump right click as well. Now looking to come in with the katana, continuing to give chase. Zhu Ran really wanting to pick up an elimination here, as they've struggled to find too much in the space of eliminations today. So Zhu Ran wanted to keep the pressure up, but unfortunately the third party coming through from JDG's Chu Zhang going to keep Zhu Ran from pressuring this elimination onto Yonkai. And Chu Zhang was more than happy to pick up where she left off, coming in, putting a ton of damage out onto Yonkai. Yonkai gonna be forced to use that F trying to get some of that armor back here. Goes and throws 2 parries, but is not punished for whiffing either of those parries. Yunkai very, very lucky there, given the space that they were in. KLA's Fong here, finding themselves head-to-head with Ventus' Reki. The only Takeda in the lobby here. Zping going to pop the bubble, trying to hold on to the fight. Fang able to pop the ultimate and find the elimination. Fang goes to 2 kills and sends the Zping packing.
Absolutely. There we are, moving on over to Mike, having upgraded from white to blue armor now, almost has his ultimate available. Not a bad spot to be in, considering that Yang is about to come up. So I think the majority are probably going to opt to stay in Celestra. As we have quite a few Mataris, I think the Mataris are going to try and stay in Celestra where they are strongest. But here we have Fong scrapping it out with Xin here. Xin on the Tarka, has somewhat of a health advantage due to the purple armor, manages to get the catch, doesn't have the pole sword swap, doesn't take the full potential damage. Fong still on the run though, has ultimate available, goes for the armor swap, but Xin turns around, gets the LMB, cancelled out by the F3. Trying to back it away here. Xin not looking to take too much of a risk. Oh, he uses the ultimate to armor through the blue focus scale rush there. Xin using his ultimate to break out of the stagger shortly afterwards, and now on the run. I'm not sure, but I really hope he knows where the Firefly is.
Yeah, Action really not in a great position. He was forced to go ahead and pop the ultimate there. Is still forced to keep going, so he's burning that charge down. And the Takeda there, Fong, if you notice, popped his ultimate as soon as the Tarka popped his, right? He didn't want to find himself in a situation where he could get infinited and he couldn't potentially pop his own ultimate. So he just goes ahead and burns it, opts to go for the chase, is unable to successfully find the chase. So we're going to see that he ends the ultimate early there, trying to keep a little bit of that charge. When we are heading into zone 2, almost completely collapsed on, sorry, zone 1 almost completely collapsed onto zone 2, meaning those realms of Yang getting ready to come through, and many of these players looking to take an aggressive stance onto those realms of Yang. We're going to see Mike here, Shen Yuan, Kaylee's Fong, all looking to try to pressure this space so that they can get inside the realm of Yang. And this is exactly where Mike wants to be. He's on Tarka, a very aggressive character very able to win these sort of realms of Yang. Unfortunately, he's going to have it taken away from him here, and now just needs to turn his attention onto Shen Yuan. And Shen Yuan really in a bad situation as AOW's Mike able to use the tech chase on those nunchucks to follow up and get a clean elimination there without even having to use his ultimate. And we see no ultimate coming out from Shen Yuan. Not the place you want to be if you're playing Valda here in the NBPL. KLA's Fong going head-to-head here with GS's T2225. T225 on the Tarka pick here. We're going to see Fong trying to go ahead and bait the ultimate out here. Doesn't want to burn his if he doesn't have to. He does finally find the ultimate and is in a position where he's going to be forced to use it. We're going to see Tarka more than happy to go ahead and trade the ultimate back. They're going to use the F to armor through the lovely Merciless Havoc there and find the hit he needs to clutch up the fight. Wang Liang gonna pop the Valda ult a little prematurely on the target here, not able to find the pickup. Wang Liang with the white armor here, trying to really turn this fight onto JT's Action. Absolutely going ham with these dual blades. Finds the follow-up hit confirm into the tech chase, finds the neutral return, and against all odds, Wang Liang comes out on top against J-Team's Action.
Holy moly. The damage. So, one thing I'd like to talk about. Although today, with this most recent patch, with the new season, Staff Spear into Greatsword Pulse Sword is getting nerfed. The weapon swap is getting nerfed. However, other weapon swaps still exist. Just like Wang Liang literally just showed it. The LMB Katana grapple cancel the uppercut into dual blade swap RMB, and then with the follow-up RMB as well, doing massive damage. And although it's not as, let's say, easy to execute as your staff and spear into pulse sword or greatsword, it is still devastating damage. And realistically, once you put in the time to learn it, it is not all that difficult to do. And I think that that is probably where the meta is going to go. But here we have a bit of a scrap. Fong, Ego, Mike, I think as well, in the wings on Taka. And wait, who is that? I can't tell. Is that Shen Yuan or Chu Zheng? No, Wang Liang. I can't read. I'm sorry. My eyes aren't so good. But here we have Mike now aggressing onto Fong, bonking him in the back with that nunchuck RMB. Fong manages to cut through those arrows. Mike, having spaced out, looking for the trap with his F1, doesn't manage to get the confirmation though, as Fong is able to use that dagger movement to his advantage and stay in a safe position. So we are moving over onto Wang Liang, having been pressured by T225 on that Taka, feels forced to use his ultimate. Doesn't manage to get the connection though, and is now getting griefed by the Merciless from Fong. Fong coming in and absolutely decimating Wang Liang, but doesn't manage to secure the kill for himself. Mike now, still ultimate available, T225, trying to make something happen with the remainder of his ult timer. Not sure if he's going to be able to do all that much, so Fong now catching the activation. T225 gets the parry though, with a huge amount of damage. Fong now extremely low, and he gets taken down. Oh my lord, my voice. And T225 as well also gets taken down. Thankfully, he does have that Phoenix Plume buff.
This is exactly what AOW Mike needs if he wants to take that first place. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu eliminated pretty early in this lobby, and you know, you're bound to have that happen, right? The thing is you're not going to be on top every single game. Zhang Yu has a bad game this time, but because AOW's Mike is nipping at his heels, this is the perfect opportunity for Mike to start pressuring this lobby. His toughest opponent has already been eliminated. If he can pick up enough points to catch up to first place, he might be able to take that first place away from AOW's Mike. If we actually see here how Zhang Yu goes out. Zhang Yu on the ball to pick here, just getting put into the corner by T225. T225 coming back, finding them on the resurrection, and is going to do it again. They actually get caught out in the Tarka ult, which will cancel the Tarka ult, but Zhang Yu still looking to pressure the fight. Tarka able to find the F, able to find a little bit of a hit confirm, coming around with that charge left click on the staff. And here we go into the uppercut, hit confirm with the staff to follow up into the bubble. Zhang Yu goes so low, and we're going to see here, this is something we talked about in the past about why Valdepix not super viable. And it's something we see Valdes do time and time again, is throw those bubbles. Try to use those bubbles as if it's something like a Yodohime F3, and they always fall victim to a hot swap into a ranged weapon while they're trying to heal in the face of an opponent who can't just aggressively pressure the bubble. And unfortunately, it's like they forget about it, right? It's like, oh, hey, I've got the safety of my bubble. And then a ranged weapon comes through and they go, oh, yeah, I don't have the safety of my bubble. So unfortunate to see Zhang Yu go down to that. But it does buy Mike some much needed space to try and create some pressure in terms of the scoreline onto OC Zhang Yu.
No, you're absolutely right. And although you did mention that Valda is able to shut down Taka by canceling his ultimate, I do feel as though that in an extended fight, Taka does end up coming out on top, as although the ultimate does get cancelled, if he does get hit by that wave, one, it's reasonably easy to predict a lot of the time, and at the same time, when you get your ultimate cancelled on Taka, it's not going to zero. You're still going to keep whatever you had left over at the moment of cancellation. But here we have T225 in Yang versus Wang Liang. Wang Liang now in a very bad spot here. Doesn't have ult available. Reasonably greedy to go into Yang here with no ultimate. But he does get chunked down severely after that blue focus scale rush. Oh! What? Did you see? Did you see that? I think he got him in his toe or something. I didn't see him poke his head around that pillar. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I may have just missed it.
This is something me and Raven were talking about last week with the pistol, and why we see a lot of pro players, specifically in solos, end up favoring the pistol. Is it actually has that wide shot, right? And you don't need to connect with all of the shots to be able to get a read on somebody. You can throw that wide shot out, and it's almost like fishing, right? If you're able to keep some damage on them, you're able to keep vision on that HP bar. You know where they are, and in this case, a little bit different. You're just able to catch somebody with that wide shot around that pillar, just kind of tickle their toe a little bit. And when you're as low as Wang Liang is in that given situation, unfortunately, all you need is a little toe tickling to find yourself eliminated. T225 looking to go in head-to-head here with J-Team's action. This is interesting. We're seeing T225 use a little bit of tech that was actually heavily nerfed on Tarka, that jumping right click with the staff that we saw a lot of during the World Championship, where Tarka was just able to elbow into the jump right click with spear or staff, follow up with huge amounts of damage, very hard to get away with. T225 able to land 2 of those hits onto J-Team's Action despite the nerf coming through. I think Action just didn't expect to see that coming out of a Tarka, given the nerfs that made it so much harder to land the follow-ups after the first one there. AOW's Mike now pressuring on to T225, though. T225 with that pole sword in hand, not really in an optimal situation, might want to look to go back to the staff, see if he can find that connect into the weapon swap, but apparently wants to keep fighting with it, and this is why you don't see people engage with that legendary pole sword, is because it is very, very parryable, and Mike gets the read and is able to find the parry onto T225. T225 has a backup one in the pocket, though.
Wait, what? Holy moly, and he has a backup armor to go along with it. Although it's a downgrade, he still has some armor left over. Nicely done, managing to stay alive there. There's a couple points I would like to talk about, though. With the pole sword, yes, I completely agree. It is very parryable. However, I feel as though it's either possible that he didn't expect Mike to parry, or he just didn't manage to get the input in, because you can turn all of pole sword's blue focus attacks. So if he'd turned the initial swing in the opposite direction and then spun it back around for the second, or perhaps the other way around, he probably could have avoided getting parried there entirely, but I'm not sure what really happened there. Rather unfortunate. Wang Liang, a rare occurrence, bumping into those little sort of platform of rocks on the crane in this desert area, getting knocked down but not getting stunned, as it is one of those things that just doesn't stun. Not like the signs in Celestra. But here we have Wang Liang decimating his health bar. Holy moly, he has no armor to speak of now. X-Sin on the back foot, getting pressured by everybody surrounding him and forced to use his ultimate. He does opt to go back to his purple armor, as it did have a sliver of armor left over, and he's going to have to heal it up regardless, since the blue was empty. So realistically, you might as well go back and pick it up. But here, I'm not too sure if he's gonna make it out. I don't think it's possible that the Firefly area that he's kind of kiting towards is still in the zone, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to pick any of them up, as it's highly likely they've been taken already at this point in the game. And certainly he does get taken down by Wang Liang.
Yeah, very, very typical of Atar. Oh my goodness, JJH's reign on top. Oh my god, Wang Liang picks up the elimination onto J-Team's Action, almost immediately regrets chasing as hard as he does.
He had Yang depletion. He didn't, that's what he died. That's what he died to. He died to Yang depletion the moment he ulted. That was so unfortunate.
The pistol shot from Rain allowing him to do just enough damage to get that elimination as well. Just, oh my goodness. The problem was like he just couldn't get to the Soul Bloom in time. Oh, Oh, you hate to see it.
You
Wang
really
Yang
do.
so close to buying himself back into this game and just can't find it. But T225, who has struggled all day, finding his way into this game finally here. He's got that Merciless Havoc here, trying to put in some spaces. He's able to pick up that Legendary Armor. Does find the armor swap into the purple armor here, though. But AOW's Mike not wanting to give him the space to get back to that Legendary Armor. T25 is just going to give it up. Needs to be careful, though, as he's looking to do a little bit of surfing here. JJH comes in and picks up the armor. Doesn't realize that the armor is so low, though. Starts taking bow shots. Oh, my goodness. Next to the bane. There's no place to go. He gets hit with multiple bow shots and the fire tick going to cut that healing for JJH's Rain. Rain really in a terrible situation. Look at how little HP he gets back from popping that first health bot. Thankfully, Advanced Heal putting in work, keeping Rain alive here as that fire tick really cutting into the healing of those bots. Now we're going to see Yonkai coming through, and it's like this armor is absolutely cursed. Every player who picks it up finds themselves being dogged down by the lobby.
I was about to say he's picked up the cast arm. That was extremely unfortunate, but yes, as you said, that Advanced Heal managing to keep him alive, getting a huge amount of value since he had so much of a health pool to heal up with that Advanced Heal. Advanced Heal comes in so clutch when you've got gold or even red armor, although we don't see it very often. Mike getting that parry, doesn't go for the riposte, opts to just pick up that gold stuff. Nice. Well, I'll take that, thank you very much. He doesn't care. I'll just have the weapon, thank you. That's all right. And then he follows up after having taken a little bit of a reset, chilling. He's got his gold staff, skill rushing, he's tech chasing, and he takes him down. Oh no, wait, T225 manages to steal the kill away from Mike. Rain getting taken down. The cursed armor. Quite literally. Yonkai now on zipping here. I think probably zipping would be the one character that might be able to survive with the cursed armor. So definitely, I was going to say perhaps not the best idea considering that it's empty and you're between two people, but zipping, you know. Might as well. Like she literally just got completely ignored as well. Mike just does not care. He's going for T225. He's like, you stole my kill, bro. Give me my points, dude. But T225 managing to pick up that kill for himself. Definitely nice to see considering he's not had the best of days. But,
can we talk about how stacked Mike's inventory is, by the way?
Yeah, it's pretty
Legendary staff, a legendary pole sword, a legendary dagger. I mean, Mike just has options for days here, and he's got that Merciless Havoc as well to go with the staff, meaning he's going to do a ton of damage as he's able to catch somebody out with it. Is pressuring hard onto T225. T225 trying to find a position to hold it together here, but the cannon shot's coming through, getting absolutely griefed by the rest of the lobby. T225, 6 eliminations in his belt, looking to have a game for himself. Just holding on for dear life, but unfortunately that's going to be it for T225 as Mike is able to find the elimination with the bow shot. Mike picks up his 3rd elimination of the lobby. Oh my goodness, starts pumping out tons of damage here with that legendary staff and that Merciless Havoc onto the Z-Ping. Yonkai here trying to make something happen here, but going to continue to just have that bubble popped here by that staff. Mike coming in with the ultimate, trying to pick up into Yonkai, but actually the terrain being Mike's worst enemy here, not able to just follow up into that sort of infinite given the verticality of the terrain here, and Yonkai knows it, wants to keep the pressure onto Mike, wants to keep Mike from finding any advantage he can, but Yonkai finds the flat ground, and because of that, AOW's Mike will be able to stick to him with that sticky staff and pick up the elimination. Mike goes away with a 1st place finish in 4 eliminations, and is going to walk away your MVP. No, wait a minute. Maybe Mike isn't our MVP. Maybe it does.
Perhaps
it does go to T225.
Let's go, boy. He comes out swinging. Finally. It's good to see. I'm glad. I'm glad it was on a Taka game because I like Taka, if you didn't know. Oh god. But yeah, T225 definitely doing a really good job there. I feel like quite a few of his kills were sort of kill steals. just cheeky little pistol shots, you know. Very nicely done. Very good performance from him there. Considering that he's not had the best start to the day, being able to overcome or essentially maintain good mentality going through into the following games is always really good to see, and it's something that you're going to see from these veteran players, from these experienced gods in the NBPL, being able to stay level-headed and not tilt. As we all know, tilt is never a good thing. Although, to be honest, sometimes when I get tilted, it makes me play better because I'm just so angry and I just get really oogly.
Look, you get the anger buff sometimes. You throw some things you normally wouldn't when you're in those situations. And sometimes that actually plays to your advantage. We saw that earlier with T225 in the game before, where he just throws the 3 blues back to back, gets a ton of mileage out of it. Unfortunately, doesn't pick up the elimination, but you can actually end up just like, we don't see it too often in NBPL, but 1-2-3s coming out from players in ranked and stuff, you can catch people off guard, especially at high tiers of play. They don't expect to see a 1-2-3 come out. You hit them with the 1-2 and they're like, oh, okay, they're gonna go back to neutral. You just send the blue and they're like, wait, did they really just do that to me? Hold on. You're not prepared for it mentally. You're just like, wait a minute, there's no way they just did that.
I've fallen victim to that too many times. I'm playing against somebody and they just do some really stupid stuff and I'm just stunned, and I just, my brain turns off and it can't handle the sheer oogly boogliness. But it's actually one thing that it rings tried and true many a time, and that's it. If you want to beat a more experienced player, just do stupid stuff. Because if you don't know what you're doing, they don't know what you're doing. So you could just flip it and get oogly with it. But here we have it. T225 coming out on top with that MVP, 11 points. Very nice. Definitely the game he needed, I think.
He's very, very happy about his performance in this game. This is the game he needed to get himself back into the day, to start feeling himself going into games 5 and 6 here. Unfortunately, Oshi Zhang Yu does get eliminated early, and it's by T225. T225 really causing a lot of havoc here for our boy Oshi Zhang Yu, and it actually gives AOW's Mike a chance to catch up to Zhang Yu and might be able to take back that first place position now, as it's going to be extremely tight. And you know, it's really unfortunate that we see Zhang Yu go down so early in this game, but typically speaking, you're going to have at least one bad game realistically out of 6 games. Very rarely do we see players have just 6 good games back to back to back. So this is kind of par for the course, what you would expect from these top players. Oh, the catch in the foot. T225 again. You know, somebody brought up curving the bullets there. it's like the movie Wanted, where they just kind of turn the bullet around.
I love the movie.
love to see it coming through from T225. T225 able to find so many of those third-party opportunities to pick it up. By the way, this is where things go entirely wrong for Yonke. Yonke using that verticality to really throw Mike's ult off there. If you notice, as soon as Yonke hits flat ground, Mike has absolutely nothing to do with that Z-Ping. So just go ahead and get out of my lobby as we take a look here. T225 walking away with the MVP here for game number 4. 17,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 2 parries in this game. Thunderstorm, Merciless Havoc. Really good Soul Jades here. Look at this. Thunder Call. This plays a huge role in the number of eliminations that we see T225 get today. He has 4k damage from pistols, most of his damage coming from the staff. But at the end of the day, realistically, like you said, most of his eliminations weren't from fighting. They were from these cheeky little pistol shots that he's just able to get off on these sort of third parties and pick up those eliminations. Even in the fight that he does take in Realm of Yang, it's off the back of the pistol that he picks up that elimination against Wang Liang. And like, again, you're just like, how does he hit that shot? But it's one of those things with the pistol, man. That spread is so unpredictable sometimes, especially at close range or around a corner like that. You'll just have a bullet go sometimes where it really shouldn't. And it's so interesting to see T225 put that mechanic to work, absolutely pick up a ton of eliminations. And you know, what's funny is Wang Liang with the Yang depletion goes through, picks up an elimination, is forced to go up onto his ultimate to try to get away, so he can't get to the Soul Bloom, and then T225 is just like pops him with the pistol and is like, okay, cool, you can go now. Yang depletion he picks up the elimination and is like, bye, have a beautiful time, see you around. And Wang Liang, I wish we'd cut to like a superimpose of Wang Liang's face, because you know he had to be so frustrated about that turn of events. You're able to pick up the elimination, but you're not able to push forward and get that Soul Bloom to buy yourself back into the game. You're almost full health, you're in your ultimate, you should be safe, and you still just boop, out of existence. And that's the misery of it. That's why we see so many players not go for that second Realm of Yang. And I think that's what we saw happen with Wang Liang, right? You talked about how he came in, he didn't have his ultimate available, which is kind of griefing yourself. But realistically, we've seen Wang Liang take that second set of Realm of Yang so many times and go uncontested. I think in Wang Liang's head, he was in a position where he really needed to just sort of go, okay, I'm gonna go in here, I need to get some better armor, I need to find myself into the late game. If I go uncontested, because so many players are avoiding the second Realm of Yang, it's just free armor, it's a free buff for me, I'm in a good situation. Unfortunately, it turns against him in this particular instance, where it's not a free Realm of Yang, he doesn't have the ultimate available, there's just nothing he can do. And then, as if to just remind him, hey, this was a bad decision, he gets griefed coming out of the Realm of Yang, trying to find that Soul Bloom, gets timed out to it, and you can bet money Wang Liang is going to think twice about heading into that second Realm of Yang after that game.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. It's the point that you made about so many secondary Yangs going completely uncontested. It's very true that there are a lot of people who now, as going into second Yang is so much more of a risk than going into the first Yang, due to the fact that there are far fewer players at that point in the game, meaning that you are far less likely to get a fight, to get that Soul Bloom. And then on top of that, at that point in the game, everyone's sort of tiptoeing around, not looking to necessarily go into position one and take that fight and aggress themselves, but to try and find the low effort kill and vulture those points with very little risk. So because you have the Yang depletion, you're forced to do that and forced to take that role of the aggressor unless you get extremely lucky. So it's definitely very hard to deal with at a lot of the time. Unless the lobby's completely packed with people, you're very unlikely to get that Soul Bloom.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a short video for you guys, and then we'll be back to lock in for game number 5, so don't go anywhere.
我觉得就不管我打多少次，我每次上场还是会紧张，但是看他们的视角，我确实有在一点一点的进化吧。就因为我以前单排都是一个人闷着不说话，就包括我打起来，我是有点单核 CPU， 我打起来我说不出话，然后我看他们那样好像会轻松一点，然后我有一次一个人上场，就是依然没有来的那回，然后我就试着去唱歌放松一下，然后看起来效果还挺好的。
EWG's Yuron there giving us a little bit of insight in how they handle their mental, talking about Yuron typically being there to help and how Yuron wasn't there. So they started humming to themselves. And I like to hear these strategies because we talk about how important mental is for a lot of these players. So it's good to hear that not only do they have their teammates supporting them from behind as well, but they have their own sort of methods to buy that sort of mentality back after a rough game. But I wanted to go back onto the point you were talking about earlier with the sort of second Realm of Yang, and another big reason being that first Realm of Yang, it's so worth taking that risk, because if you can get that Vermilion Bird's Might, you can aggressively go take fights and have a massive safety net. If you get eliminated, it's kind of whatever. You get to respawn, you get to keep all of your gear. Realistically, all you're doing is giving somebody an extra point that you don't care too much about because you were out there fighting for the potential to pick up extra points. Whereas the second Realm of Yang, you're looking to pick up Mystic Might, and in solos, very, very different from trios. Coming out of Zone 3, there's not a lot of brawling that is going on because that potential for third party from other players is so drastically high. So even if you have that Mystic Might, you're able to track players down, but you're at a stage of the game where it's very, very risky to sort of all in other players. Even if you have that 25% damage reduction, you don't have the safety net of the resurrection. It's almost not worth it to go out and pressure these sort of other fights. So that information that you're getting from the Mystic Might realistically going to waste when you come out of that Realm of Yang. So the risk reward, not really worth it, Duncan.
No, I completely agree. And then not only that, not only the fact that, like, of everything you just said, but although it does give you information on people within that 100-meter radius, once you get close enough to other people, they know you're there. Because as most of you have probably seen in game, when a team does have the Mystic Might buff, they emanate a sort of aura, and it comes out from them as like the radius. It goes outwards from where they are in a circle, and you can both hear it and see it through terrain. So it becomes almost a disadvantage in some situations when, let's say, you've got the buff and you've been in a fight and for whatever reason you need to get a reset and you're on the back foot. It becomes much easier to actually track you, the person with that buff, because of the buff animation, the fact that it's very obvious where you are once I don't know the word to describe it, the UAV wave or whatever you want to call it comes out and gives you that information. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be worth it to ever prioritize going into second Yang. However, as we did talk about, second Yang does often go uncontested. So if you're able to wait until the last second to go into that second Yang, and you can check on the map as well, if you hover over the symbol for the Realm of Yang, how many players have gone into the Yang and how much time there is left on the entrance, essentially, like how long you have left to go into the Realm of Yang. So you can potentially time it very well. If you go down to the wire, if there's nobody in there, you go in and instantaneously you win the Realm of Yang and you get that loot for yourself. But that's not something that you can do easily in a lobby like this, because people are going to be lurking around and it's highly unlikely that you're going to be able to sit there and wait until the very last second and go in uncontested.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a huge risk across the board here. As we turn to our match 5, though, of course, we're heading back over to Holleroth. JJH's Rain already on the back foot, as no surprise, OC Zhang Yu just putting the business to Rain here. Rain able to find an armor swap, though. Zhang Yu gonna mistime the parry, but finds a parry on the second one onto JJH's Rain, and OC Zhang Yu is on the board and back in this game.
That is not what you want to do. You send the blue, you don't want to follow it up. Not with Katana. It is rather parryable, let's just say. But here we are, moving on over to T225, surrounded by players on that Matari with the blue pulse sword, trying to make something happen. He gets the bonk, though. Does he manage to swap targets, though? I don't think they're going to let him go. I don't think they're going to split off. Yeah, sadly, T225, although he did do a considerable amount of damage to that other party, he wasn't able to swap the attention of the people who were chasing him. Shen Yuan now, no armor to speak of, does manage to get the LMB confirm into mid-dodge LMB, goes for the jumping LMB combo, the jumping horizontal attacks in the air. Not the most optimal of combos, However, he does manage to equalize the health pool, so to speak. But here we have X-Run coming in for that third party, having used F already, but does manage to get a huge amount of damage, doesn't get the uppercut. Shen Yuan now on the back foot, forced to use his V3, pops down that pillar and immediately jumps into the mech so that he can try and reset. It doesn't have the Vitalia though. He's not going to be able to get the full reset, sadly. Although it doesn't look like he's getting pressured. No, it looks like he's going to go uncontested, in fact. That's rather fortunate. But,
yeah, really
not
great
too
for
bad.
them to just be able to get away there. The fact that they had no Vitalia could have been a huge detriment to them. But, you know, this is the thing, is you can't always see what your opponent has or doesn't have. You see the mech come out. Most of the time, you're just going to assume they're going to be able to get that reset. So sometimes you have to make that decision to back off and not continue to pressure it. Ventus' Reki here, though, more than happy to keep the pressure up onto XCG's Wang Liang. Wang Liang looking to get in a position to be able to use this explosion. But unfortunately, Reki directly underneath them, just able to completely avoid. And if you notice, Reki actually ducks, uses the crouch key there so that their hitbox is lower. We talk about that optimizing your gameplay here, and Reki knows exactly what they're going to try to do there. They're going to try to get that explosion through the wall. Unfortunately for Wang Liang, as they de-transform, JDG's Chu Zhang waiting around the corner here, and Wang Liang, no gas left in the tank, no F ability left available for them as they just used it. Chu Zhang going to be able to lead it up extremely easy. Very surprised that Chu Zhang popped ultimate for that, quite honestly. We see the F come out. They knew they had no... Oh my goodness, Ventus Reki gonna get turned on here. Reki playing Akosui here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hadn't noticed it before. He's on the Echoes.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, 2 Echoes in the lobby. We haven't seen Reki play it yet this patch. And, you know, Akko's not in a great state here. There was a lot of quality of life buffs that came out after this patch that we're playing on for Akosui that really made him viable as a character. Unfortunately, they are playing on release Akos who doesn't have those benefits. So it's very hard for these players to really find any sort of mileage here. And you're seeing that come out as Reki just trying to find anything. All these players looking to aggressively go ahead and eliminate them from the lobby. They know that they're in a vulnerable state. Reki going to be forced back to the soul altar already as JDG's Chu Zhang comes in and finds that elimination. Shen Yuan here, very, very low. The fire ticket coming through. And now we're going to see the cannon shot come in. Chu Zhang going to pick up a 3rd elimination with a snipe here. That's 3 eliminations Chu Zhang's been able to find from these sort of third-party situations. AOW's Mike not having any of it, though, coming in with that staff. Mike really, really favoring the staff this season because of the ability to hit confirm into those weapon swaps that we constantly see. Mike on Z-Ping yet again here. Saving those Z-Ping picks for the Hollow Roth maps. This is quite the favorite hero for this map. Chu Zhang really starting to turn the fight around. Unfortunately, they aren't able to hit confirm because of the F2. It leaves Mike available to get that charge left click from the staff off, and Mike takes control of the fight, not only from the healing, but the fact that they just can't do anything about the hit stun. And this is why zipping is such an absolute terror. You get to heal, you get to keep pressure up, you're able to just completely ignore white attacks like they don't exist. There are reasons why players dislike this hero. They drag fights out and they really take control of neutral in ways that other heroes just are not capable of doing. But somehow Chu Zhang manages to find a way to come out on top.
Again, Mike, I feel like he's greeting with his F2. He's too stubborn. He keeps trying to save it for that F2 into parry. He keeps trying to save it till the last second, when in reality, if he literally just uses it on off cooldown, he's going to get so much value. As Zipping's F2, the cooldown doesn't start once the effect has expired. It starts the moment you throw out the blossom or whatever it's called. You can throw it out, the cooldown will start, and you don't even have to pick it up the moment you throw it out, but the cooldown still starts, meaning that you can min max a lot with the zipping F2. Shen Yuan here, although I'm not sure if he did take that kill. I think he did. He does lose a considerable amount of his health and is forced to use his ultimate. Although 2 kills on the board now after having just picked up that second one. Not too bad of a spot. Although I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out alive. He does have... There are quite a few fireflies. There's fireflies to the west and the east right here. So if he's aware of them, he could potentially kite towards that direction. But it looks like he's opted to go towards these buildings. As we all know, buildings are extremely handy for kiting. Celestra catching a Celestra? Catching a Zipping or Mortari and Celestra is impossible. Although he is playing Feria, it still gives you quite a big advantage. Here we have Jiang Yu and Chu Zheng in the realm of Yang. Jiang Yu having already popped ult. Chu Zheng as well having popped his ultimate. I'm not sure if he has any of his dashes available. It looks like he does, and he gets the freeze. Getting a pretty considerable amount of damage, but Chu Zheng turns it... Oh, sorry, Jiang Yu turns it around and gets the grapple combo into the dual blade swap R&B blue. And Jiang Yu taking down Chu Zheng in the realm of Yang. Extremely nicely done there.
You know, it's funny, that's twice now in Realms of Yang. We've seen that exact weapon swap combo we were talking about before, and it's a very difficult combo to pull off compared to the staff into Pole Sword or Great Sword. So Jiang Yu putting it in absolute work there, finds their second elimination there this game, has that Vermilion Bird's Might, and this is where Jiang Yu is very comfortable, being able to pressure the lobby as much as humanly possible. Ventus Reki here, over in Plumed Castle, and you're going to see that sandstorm blowing through here, but Reki really happy about the turns of event with this sandstorm coming through, because it means all of these treasure troves for the duration of that weather event are reset, meaning that Reki can come through here. And Plumed is typically a place that has a lot of loot, but is also looted very, very early on into Hollow Roth. But because the Sandstorm resets those troves, is able to come in here and find tons of loot for themselves, able to just continue to do that sort of space where they're just able to get resources they're going to need for late game. Unfortunately, Kaylee's Fang and a couple other players show up and are going to ruin his fun, so to speak, as they're not going to let him do that looting for free. He's going to be forced out of the space, not going to be able to find too much more here inside of Plumed Castle.
Absolutely. And right there, actually, as we talked about earlier, do you remember when I told you about how if you don't apply the fire damage before the person that you're trying to do exactly that to starts a heal, like an ability heal or just an armor pot or whatever have you, and it doesn't actually cut their healing, and Fong here just managing to get his pot started before the flame breath came in, and does manage to get that pot off and does manage to survive. I feel like mainly because of that fact. But here, how many people is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth, maybe six people in this tiny little area. Fong now on the back foot as well. Has that blue dagger available, his favored weapon. No surprises. He does manage to turn there, managed to do a decent amount of damage and prevent himself from getting focused down. But Yonkei here, extremely low, and sends the blue focus. Jiang Yu, having that Phoenix Plume buff, felt very comfortable going for that parry. Wasn't all that bothered, as he knew that he would make it out alive even if he died just then. Reki pouncing around trying to figure out which one of those armors has anything left in it. It looks like his ultimate is now expired and he's on the run, has the dagger movement to keep him alive, but he is getting pressured by multiple players. It's going to be quite a hard escape. The great escape of Reki. Can he do it? On the ACOS, surrounded by Ferriers and Justinas. Looks like he's managed to make a decent amount of space. Sorry, go on.
One of those. I was gonna say, this is one of the big detriments to being an ACOS on this sort of release patch. Is one, you have to be sprinting to get that bonus movement speed from your jump in ultimate, and you can actually end up double jumping and canceling yourself out of the movement speed from the ACOS ultimate there. So you find yourself in a situation where it's very hard to pull off.
Are you sure that that's this patch? that they're playing on? Because there were 3 patches. There was the ACOS release.
This
and
is
then there
ACOS
was the
yes, this
buff.
is ACOS release patch. So
is it okay? Right.
Yeah, so there's no buffs. You have to be sprinting to be able to use jump. It's just there were so many quality of life changes after release ACOS that really made his ultimate much more viable, and that's why we haven't seen a ton of these ACOS players. And it's so hard for these players to really capitalize on anything because there's just no mileage to really be gained from that ultimate, unless you're using it to just grapple on and extend some of that big damage out. And he also, of course, doesn't have access to that V3 and F3 either. So you were to see him using that F2 here, and that F2 has such a slow startup time, you can actually just tap dodge away from it. So we haven't seen an ACOS actually land that F2 except once in this entire match here. And it's
Wait, was that F2? There were 2 ACOSs, I'm not sure. I'm sure that one of them definitely was running F1, which was the sort of slam defensive one.
It might have been F1. I may have misspoke on that one there,
sure.
Unfortunately.
Because yeah, no, I agree. Like in these kind of scenarios, though, like it's hard to choose between the 2. I find like it can be difficult. And as we all know now, F3 on release is somewhat of an abomination. It's extremely hard to deal with, and it is getting nerfed, thankfully. And I mean, it definitely needed it. It happens, you know, something gets released that's a little bit too strong, and it quickly gets nerfed, thankfully. But yeah, not having that available makes it so that it's rather hard to actually choose what you're going into these games with, as F1 does offer some reset potential, but F2, being the combo F, doesn't really give you that same safety. However, here we have Wang Liang versus Yang Yu in the realm of Yang. Wang Liang and Yang Yu both having popped their ultimates, both playing gold nunchucks. They both have gold nutties. Wang Liang, though, does have that pillar available. He does get the parry bait, gets him in the uppercut combo, but sadly, he doesn't manage to finish him off. Barrier jumping into that mech, managing to stall. Only 25-ish seconds left on the clock. Is Jiang Yu going to be able to burn through that mech? I think he has. He's managed to do it. I'm not sure what range weapon he had, but he definitely did a considerable amount of damage. But he gets overheld. Jiang Yu eating that dagger LMB blue into Soul Break. Oh, no.
You know, I have to really disagree with Jiang Yu's choice of going into the second realm of Yang here. As much as I love Jiang Yu as a player, and they've really shown how dominating they can be today, they had 3 eliminations under their belt, and they're playing Matari into a lobby full of Faria. Faria is just either going to make you tie that realm of Yang or win the fight against you, because you're not able to use your backstab to gain any sort of advantage against Faria ultimate. I don't understand why Jiang Yu would make the call to go into the realm of Yang, given how many Farias are in this lobby, and you already have 3 eliminations under your belt. You're really just kind of griefing yourself at that point, given what we were talking about earlier with those sort of second realms of Yang. It's not worth the reward for the risk. It's such a high risk proposition. There's 7 players left in the lobby. Jiang Yu now needs to find an elimination very quickly. Apparently, luckily for them, they are very good at finding those eliminations. Zhu Ran, though, going for the infinite here onto that. Unfortunately, will drop it due to terrain. That ult comes out, is going to go up here. Jiang Yu is going to be forced to wait it out, will not be able to get the extra backstab because of the ability to hold on to that ult. Zhu Ran here will find a armor swap into a blue, but it doesn't really matter for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu risks it all in the realm of Yang and learns absolutely nothing, because they come out and find the elimination they're looking for, taking them to 4 eliminations, tying them for the first place here in game number 5.
Yes, indeed. That is extremely unfortunate there. Going up against those gold nunchucks is rather devastating. The damage is just, it hurts. It hurts so much. And we see exactly that come to pass here. Sadly, Jura not managing to stay alive there, and Zhang Yu managing to pick up that Soul Bloom to prevent his death from the Yang depletion. Definitely, I completely agree with you though. That is definitely not the play. Going into second Yang already is risky, but when the lobby's full of Feria, I don't know, dude. There's a bit troll.
Yeah, no, honestly, he griefs himself. There's no reason as a Matari you're going into second realm of Yang in a lobby full of Feria. You're absolutely griefing yourself. Speaking of being griefed though, Wang Liang getting griefed here by the Tarka with the staff on the edge of zone here, trying to hold it down on this Matari and not able. Oh no, sorry, Feria. I misspoke here. As we see the mech come through, XXJ gonna be forced to retreat off the back of this. Wang Liang, look at this. Wang, come on, what were you doing? You knew that shot wasn't going to go through and hit XXY here. You know, this is the difference. We were talking about how grief those huts are in Morris Isle. These houses, on the other hand, lots of space to maneuver, lots of places to get away from this sort of explosions. Wang Liang looking to go for it again. XXY just goes through the window. More than happy to come back out. Unfortunately, finds himself getting hit by that second shot, and he's stuck in the zone as well. Wang Liang wants to pressure this while he can, coming in with those legendary chucks. Legendary nunchucks versus legendary nunchucks, and Wang Liang can overhold there because he has the F available. He knows it, uses the F to take control back of the neutral after the overhold fails, and finds himself coming out on top. That's going to be it for XXY.
Did you see that? That is, it's so painful. Tarka without ult is just rather useless, sadly. Like, his F, although a lot of people find it rather difficult to deal with, when it comes to this kind of level of play, these players aren't going to let you hit them with it. You know, like, you not only do you have to get the person to hit into your F1, but you have to actually reactivate it and then you get to do something. You know, like, then you get to apply the burn and potentially do an attack. But it's far more conditional than a lot of other abilities. However, I mean, I completely agree that once you hit F1, it can be devastating. But the fact that you actually have to meet these certain conditions to get that, it makes it far more difficult to use in this kind of environment, which is an extremely important factor when it comes to pro play. You know, ease of execution is always going to be a factor. That's why I remember back in the Justina Wu Chen meta, we would see a lot more Justina than we would see Wu Chen. Even though realistically, Wu Chen was just as strong as Justina, Justina was being seen much more often due to the fact that she was just easier to pilot, easier to execute. Like, you could get to your objective more easily than you could do with Wu Chen, which is always going to be a factor, since realistically, we're not robots, we're not AI. We make mistakes, we are human, and if there's less room for error, it's always going to be a better choice when it comes to these kind of high pressure situations, you know. But quickly back to Tarka, when in that interaction there inside that little house, he was literally just overholding and trying to essentially bait the parry, but because of Feria F, the Feria was able to run up, hold blue, go for first charge parry, and then use the F. So during that time, the Tarka was not only taking damage from zone, but had also taken a bit of chip damage initially, and then eats the Feria F1, which also does damage. It's essentially an unwinnable situation, and that's one of the reasons why Tarka has not been seen all that much recently, as quite frankly, without his ultimate, he can suffer very hard. But and now that his ultimate has been nerfed, not only the fact that you can no longer punch people when they are on the ground once you've knocked them down, as long as it's flat terrain, and not only did they nerf the stamina back to its original state, but they also nerfed the duration of the first Tarka ultimate, the V1, from I think it was 40 seconds to 32 seconds. So it's a substantial nerf, and it's definitely it's starting to showcase here, as we've seen far fewer Tarkas than we were towards the beginning of this season of bi-weeklies, and especially in contrast to last season, the difference is evident to see realistically. I mean, people are still playing him, but they're not double picking him. They're playing him every so often. They're picking him maybe once, maybe not even at all, because at the end of the day, there are better characters, which is sad because I enjoy Tarka so much, but it is what it is.
Unless your name's Panda Man, in which case you double pick Tarka anyway, because you don't really
True.
care.
I'm the same. I would double pick Tarka regardless, but yeah, you have to be extremely versed and experienced on Tarka to make him worth playing realistically. Otherwise, it's just not the play.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see the adaptations for Tarka too as well. Like we said, we talked about that fireball sort of finding its space here, which is kind of ironic because previous to the nerfs to the F, it was actually Fireball Tarka who saw some hefty nerfs, even though he didn't see that much play. And now that F and the elbow have both been nerfed as well, you see a little more of that fireball coming out, and you see people like AOW's Mike able to actually, you know, secure hits and extend combos off of knockup with the fireball to not only just get a free ton of damage from the fireball, to put out some of that healing from some of these other characters like Ziping Yang, but also he's able to extend those combos off of following up with the fireball into even more damage. And that's why we've started to see a lot of these Tarkas not play the blackout version of the ult that gives you multiple fireballs, but running fireball over the F, just because you're able to get some of that extra damage out and extend combos potentially if you use it in an aggressive state, right? If you end up using the fireball in a defensive state, you actually find yourself pretty on the back foot, as Tarka doesn't really ever want to play that way unless you're playing some weird version of trios. But let's be honest, you're not playing Tarka into trios if you're playing professional level NARAKA. So you're not going to see that sort of fireball Tarka coming through. But it's been really fun to see like these variations and adaptations from the players, given how many changes have happened to Tarka since the World Championship. Even during the World Championship, you know, we saw that elbow into right click with like the staff and spear being oh so prevalent, that being nerfed out, it changing how the spear was favored as well. Spear used to be a weapon that was extremely favored in trios even, and because of the nerfs to the spear to kind of account for Tarka, we actually saw the spear start to fall out of favor in trios as well. So he really is a hero that I think will always sort of have an impact on the meta, even if he himself is not meta.
Yeah, I agree with that. There is, like, as you were saying, it is interesting to see these adaptations and this fireball utilization, but it's like, I have to say, like, whenever I see the Tarka fireball come out in Nbpl, I can safely say that person is either, I don't know, like they're just trying to be. It's almost like, you know how I said earlier, if you don't know what you're doing, they don't know what you're doing. It's kind of feeds into that sort of thing, because a lot of people aren't gonna expect it to come out. And if you manage to get that one uppercut combo and then fireball extension, it can be devastating. But realistically, the trade-off from not having F1 isn't worth it. Like, Tarka already without ultimate is extremely vulnerable because he'll literally have nothing. He won't have any defensive capabilities, and in situations where you're being pressured by so many people, and in certain lobbies when certain characters have the ability to combo break with their F or soft combo break, that sort of thing, it becomes almost impossible to really do anything. So you're taking a huge risk with fireball, but it can potentially pay off, as we have seen. But here we have the final zone, and Jiang Yu with 225 both being forced to pop ult. T225 having pressured him substantially, but Jiang Yu getting picked off by Wang Liang, having teleported up into his face and simply eating a whole bunch of damage and getting taken down sad to say, considering that we were hoping to see Zhang Yu break some records today. The past couple games have not been the best.
Well, you know, four eliminations and a 5th place finish is really not a bad game whatsoever. For any other player, they're extremely happy with it. I mean, this final circle, really, really wonky. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu just finds himself kind of at the midst of the rest of the lobby. He's the one who ends up going low, and then just the cannons coming through and everything. Reki here, holding on, able to find an elimination onto Wang Liang. Finds a second elimination, 2 kills in the 1st place finish on Akasui. And this is the thing, Wang Liang's just chilling at the bottom the whole time. He's letting the rest of the lobby do the work. He knows he's playing a suboptimal hero. He's just like, look, I'm playing for points. I've got to play 3 different heroes today. I'm going to play Akos in one of the games, and I'm just going to play for survivability. Maybe I'll find something in the end, and sure enough, he does. But it's all going to go down to Wang Liang, because Wang Liang is able to find 6 eliminations, and that sort of 3rd place finish, that's going to be enough to get him the overall MVP for this game. But man, look, if I'm Zhang
Yu, there, coming out on top though, he had the flame breath. Like, it was literally the deciding factor. Flame breath coming in clutch and managing to secure himself, I think, two, maybe 3 kills at the very end there. Just being able to directly damage the health bar as they were already extremely low from the zone. Very nicely done. Rather clutch Jade there coming in.
Oh my goodness, yeah. No, look, and even if you're Zhang Yu, you can't be mad about this game. You have 4 eliminations and a 5th place finish. Or a 4th place finish. I can't remember. It's either 4th or 5th. You're still in a really good space in terms of points, right? Especially because AOW's Mike was eliminated much earlier in that space. So Mike was able to play a little bit of catch up last game because Zhang Yu got eliminated with a 0-point game. And now we kind of flipped the script on that, and it's Zhang Yu who's able to create more space over AOW's Mike, because Mike has a bad game. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Realistically, statistically speaking, if you're a player coming into a 6-game day, you're going to find yourself having at least 1 bad game. Doesn't matter how good or how consistent you are as a player, you're going to find that space where you're not having a consistency game or a really big pop-off game. So Zhang Yu has one, and then we turn around and Mike finds his one for the day. You know, all's right in the universe. Balance does exist. We see these players coming in, having, both of them have had 4 really good games and 1 poor game. It all comes down to the last game, whether it's going to be AOW's Mike or OC Zhang Yu who comes out on top in terms of the placement points for going into the bi-weekly final. Zhang Yu has still had an incredible day. I think he's at another 40-point day for himself, which is just really big, considering the fact that the average top end scores we see for players for 6 games is 30 points. Being able to come in and overcome the average not once but twice in the same week, it's no wonder he finds himself at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see how the final game of the day plays out. But yeah, as you said, Zhang Yu coming out 3rd overall in terms of points with 7.1. Not too shabby at all. T225 coming in 2nd place, 7.8. Wang Liang taking the cake with 12.5. 7 eliminations to his name. Very nicely done. Reki, actually, he only got 1 kill at the end there. I thought I saw 2. Yeah. I must have seen.
I thought I saw 2 as well.
Perhaps it was the kill feed thing where you get the kill, but then it then says eliminates afterwards. Perhaps that was it, as they changed the kill feed not too long ago, and sometimes it mixes me up a little bit. But yes, not a bad game. 4 points from placement, 1 from his kill, or 1.6 from his kills. 5.6, not a bad showing at all, especially considering that he was on that ACOS of this clip right here. Zhang Yu almost getting cooked. But sadly, Rain sending out that blue, that is not what you want to be doing.
You can't ever let the second click come out from the katana when you let that blue rip. The first blue is so risky. The second one's almost, you're just guaranteed to be
Yeah,
buried.
it's a bit troll, isn't it?
This is nasty. Zhang Yu coming in here with the parry here. And this is the thing, you know, if you're young in that specific situation, right, you're kind of forced to throw that blue. You can't afford to clank in that situation because your HP is so low. A clank kills you as well. You have to throw the blue and hope they misread the 50-50. It's really all you can do in that situation. So you can't blame Yang for letting the blue rip there and finding himself getting parried. Because it's do or die in that particular situation. If you take it back to neutral, you just risk getting clanked again. You've got the zone to your back. You're already charged for the blue. You got to let it fly and hope for the best.
Yeah, I agree. That's very true. It does come down to that 50-50 where the thought process behind that situation is I can't remember, the name escapes me now. I can't remember who exactly it was, but the blue focus coming out at the very, very low HP, the opposing player has that safety net with the Phoenix Plume buff. So he can have one of two ideas in his head. One being, if I go for this parry and I get punished for it and get put into a combo, I'm not going to end up dying in the end because I have this buff. However, so he can be comfortable going for that parry because realistically, when people are low HP, yes, you are more likely to send out those blues because it can do more damage, but it's not always the case. If you can bait people into thinking this way, a lot of the time in ranked solo queue, for example, a lot of people are simply going to assume that you will send the blue when you're very low. And it's one of the easier ways to bait parries when you're extremely low HP. But in this kind of level, it's like, he's really low. So, and I've still got this buff. So I could just sit hold blue and send the one charge. If he sends that one charge into me, it clanks, he probably dies. If he tries to overhold me, he dies. If he parries me and I do happen to get low, I still have the safety net. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation regardless. I mean, he had to send, I think the better option would have been to try and go for the light, but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah,
it's a hard choice to make.
When your back's to the wall, unfortunately, you know, you've already started charging the blue. You're kind of committed to it. And when you're literally one tick from death and the zone's pressuring on you, you can't afford to hit confirm into the light and try to shove into that full combo there. Because as soon as the zone pushes onto your back foot, tickles your little toe there, you're going to die to that tick damage. So just in a situation where you're very forced to throw that sort of blue. But speaking of throwing things, we're going to throw things over to a short video before we come back and lock in for our sixth and final game of the day.
Don't go anywhere.
大家好，我是 WBG 失败者。今天我是来完成我的任务 ，cos 季山海。然后同时我也邀请了知名季山海使用者潘德曼。大家好，我是OUG潘德曼。我觉得他在联赛中打得比较牢，然后他的火男也其实也挺一般的。我觉得他对我了解比较片面吧，我的火男并不牢。今天为了完成这个挑战，要借助一点小道具来模拟一下火男的特效。来，我们一人一口。这么多？还好，还好。感觉味道还是比较 OK 的，还可以的。
浑身身。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we take a look at the scores heading into our sixth and final game for the day. We see players like JJH's Reign unfortunately falling down into the bottom 14, meaning they will not be going to compete in the grand finals for this weekend, or sorry, the bi-weekly finals, not the grand finals. That said, they do still have one more game to play. They could find themselves moving back into that top 14 space if they have a good game. Time will tell. Taking a look at the middle of the pack, Alliance's Jin sweating bullets right now. This is exactly what I talked about, where you know, you've got players like Fang, Wang Liang underneath of you, you're going to find yourself falling some positions pretty quickly, given that they still have games to play. Sure enough, Fang is just on the cusp of not making it, or sorry, Jin is just on the cusp of not making it into the bi-weekly final here. Literally sweating bullets if I'm Alliance Jin right now. J-Team's Action kind of having a repeat performance, a very middling performance, which is not to be expected of J-Team's Action. Typically, we've seen J-Team's Action coming in and tearing through the season, but he's not been able to find that same sort of momentum. That said, has qualified for every single bi-weekly, and that is very, very important. Making sure you're putting those points on the board to be able to qualify for the World Championship. You can be middle of the road as long as you make it to Worlds and absolutely pop off. AOW's Mike already with a 49.5 for today, has had a very explosive day. Beat Zhang Yu's record, but Zhang Yu no slouch today either, breaking that 30-point threshold into 40 points already. Still ahead of AOW's Mike by about 7 points, give or take here. So Zhang Yu comfortably sitting in that potential first place position, and I don't think we're going to see them come into game 6 and play any slower than they've played all day long. So the odds that Zhang Yu walks away with another 0-point game, very, very low coming out from Zhang Yu. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this sixth and final game goes, because for most of the day, it has been Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike just completely walking over these lobbies.
No, absolutely. I hope Zhang Yu comes out with an absolute banger of a game in our final game of the day, as it would be amazing to see him come out and break all the records. I mean, the thing is that Mike, he's about to hit 50 points. Didn't you? What was the record that you told me earlier? I remember I asked
think
you, but
the record for a day in solos is 58 points.
58.
And that was during a 16-person lobby. So Mike working his way in that direction, he would need to have an absolutely pop off of a game to make that happen here. Definitely not against the possibilities of happening. You know, AOW's Mike has had plenty of pop off games. He's an absolute demon, and you know, it helps. We came into today, there's two demons clearly in these two particular groups going head to head, that being OC Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike, but they get to sort of have a little bit of an easier time today, given the fact that some of the other top players that they had to have those big performances they've already had aren't in these lobbies. There's no WBG Spider for them to compete against. That makes it way easier to put some points up on the board for these sort of top times players, and that's why we've seen them absolutely dominating today. As we take a look here, we got a quick question for everybody in chat. Who won game 5? Is it A, XCG's Wang Liang, B, GS's T225, C, AOW's Mike, or D, OC's Zhang Yu? Lock your answers in chat. Make sure you're paying attention to your whispers here on Twitch, because somebody's going to be selected who answers this correctly. You're going to get a whisper. You're going to get some goodies over in NARAKA, and you know how we love our NARAKA goodies.
Indeed, all the aesthetics, all the oh my lord, the skin team, the art team, as you said earlier, quite rightly, they do not miss. Although, what is this cabbage dog skin that they've just released? I mean, you're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it. It just looks so goofy. It's so funny. I mean, I kind of like it because it's very troll and it's a really good meme, but at the same time, it's like, what? But yeah, it's great to see. Like they've been I love how they like to joke around with it as well. They brought it out like goofy skins in the past, like the twin tails hairstyle, for example, the knife and fork dual blades. You know, all of these funny skins. It's really nice to see that it's not all seriousness. You know, it's not all like beautifully crafted artwork and outfits. They can have a good time. They can have a joke around as well, and it's lovely to see. Speaking of getting serious, I think these players are gonna get a bit more oogly boogly and focused in this final game. What is this graphic that we have here in the bottom right? I don't think I've seen that one before. Did you happen to catch that? I think it's disappeared now, sadly.
So the graphic that was down there before is how many points they are behind the players who are ahead of them, right? If you're taking a look here, you can actually see. So Shen Yuan, and you know, these are the players that are behind them, how many points they are behind. So like Shen Yuan is minus 23.6 points behind Rain. Realistically, the only two players in the bottom half or the very bottom that have any chance of overtaking Alliance's Jin and taking a place in the bi-weekly final being Yonkei and JJH's Rain. Those two players could have an explosive game and find themselves qualifying to head into the bi-weekly final. Time will tell as we're getting ready to lock in for game number 6. Right now, we're going to see what these hero picks look like, and we're going to see how these players adapt to the changes going forward here. It's going to be interesting to see what those hero picks are, given we've seen a lot of things come through. Shen Yuan here. Oh my goodness, look at this. I get it, Shen Yuan. There's no real hope of you going to the bi-weekly final. It's game number 6. But really, we're gonna troll this hard. We're gonna play Tian Hai. Look, I mean,
don't like this though, dude.
Realistically, there's no chance for Shen Yuan to qualify for the bi-weekly final. Have some fun in game 6. We can call out the Tian Hai pick, but we saw Fang last week pick Tian Hai and win a lobby. Like.
Okay, yeah, but,
it hurts. I know to see the solos, it hurts. As an ex-Tian Hai main, I completely understand. Like,
so, okay, here's my reasoning. You know, like, this is why I don't really like to see this. It's not necessarily about like its potential. It is simply the fact that this character is not picked for a reason, and it is only picked when people are quite literally just trolling, either because they've already secured a spot for finals or because they have no chance of doing that. And if you've already secured a spot for finals, then it's okay, fine, you're chilling, fine, that's all right. But if it's because you haven't secured and you have no chance of doing so, then I feel like it's kind of troll, you know, like at the end of the day, it feels like you're giving up more than you're just trying to have fun with it, because in reality, you're far less likely to have fun on a character that's not good in solos than a character that is when playing solos, realistically, you know, like it's kind of grief. And then on top of that, because it's grief, because it's vulnerable, because it's not good, you are probably going to end up feeding kills to other players who, if you hadn't picked that character, probably wouldn't have gotten those kills. And you know, that's kind of the main reason why I don't think it's something that should really be done, you know, realistically.
I mean, well, look at it this way. If you're here, you might as well enjoy the games that you're playing, though. And we have seen it function well before. It's definitely not optimal, right? But we have seen players pick suboptimal characters and still come in and perform at the end of the day. So, I mean, sometimes you want to experiment, you want to try things. I think realistically at the end of the day, we do know it's kind of a troll pick. I don't think Tian Hai's ever going to find his way into the meta, no matter how much you experiment with him. even though Parry Bell, there are some believers in the Parry Bell currently, because of the way you're able to use the clank off the Parry Bell to extend into some combos and things. You're basically just using the ultimate as a reset on Tien Hai. But these players do get to play whatever they want here. Oh my God, Jonke here just absolutely.
You see that combo?
T225, yeah. The tech chase there on the katana, extremely well too, knowing where your target is, knowing that they're positioned against the side of the wall. They can only tap dodge realistically in 2 different directions. As long as you get the read, you see exactly what happens there. T225 gets red on all 3 of his tap dodges there and is able to just be completely blitzed through, despite the fact that he's in his ultimate. Zhuran here suffering quite a lot from Wang Liang here with that Fireball Tarka. Again, we're seeing a lot of that Fireball Tarka come through. You know, we talk about troll picks and stuff. This is a pick that is definitely experimentation and not trolling though, right? Those sort of fireballs being able to buy you that space where you can do things. Wang Liang, unfortunately, does miss this fireball here into J-Team's action. Typically, if you are going to be using that fireball, you want to use it how you used it earlier, where you're able to catch them into that uppercut combo and follow up with the fireball. He throws it a little prematurely here, just trying to create a little bit of panic and space. Not getting any mileage out of it. That said, turns around with these dual blades onto AOW's mic and just puts the blitz down. Comes in here. We're going to see the teleport back. The fireball comes through. Not going to be able to find it. Mike, though, in a very strong position here because he can use those teleports aggressively to lock onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang trying to create distance to avoid that exact scenario, is able to keep it going, but now has J-Team's action pressuring onto him, and Wang Liang gonna very quickly find himself in a bad position. Finds the armor swap though into action. Can he find the uppercut? Doesn't quite find the uppercut he's looking for. Wang Liang able to find the return uppercut though with the dual blades and put down Wang Liang. J-Team's action turning that fight on its head.
My lord. But yeah, right there, showcased perfectly. Fireball not really offering all that much for him. Mike simply just tap dodged it. Like, literally, it can just literally do nothing for you on occasion. And that, at the end of the day, is what makes characters and abilities good in NARAKA. How well they can deal with situations and the number of situations that can be dealt with those abilities and characters. But here we have Zipping, who has the ability to deal with seemingly countless situations. Xin now getting grapple LMB'd on, gets hit by the first part of the blue focus, which is then cancelled by Ego as he did not expect to actually land it. Almost gets caught in a combo, but Xin doesn't manage to continue it. Xin sends the blue into the LMB, and again, Ego cancels the blue focus, this time not losing out on any value. Xin trying to make something happen, trying to force onto Ego to try and swap the target from himself to Ego, which is rather odd considering it looks like he's already managed to do it, even though realistically I'd say Xin should still be the target for Mike. Mike, perhaps a bit confused, gets chunked down there, eats about 400 damage almost, losing almost all of his white armor, gets overheld, but has that F3 available to get out of dodge. Does manage to get that uppercut combo, doesn't manage to extend it though. I think that may have been due to the terrain going ever so slightly upwards, preventing him from getting that blue focus confirmed after the grapple cancel. Mike going for it again, but he makes a mistake. He missed inputs, but it doesn't matter. Ego chunks him with the pistol as well. Mike now on the run, trying to use his F3. What did he just do? I'm not too sure what he just did. I think he tried to swap something or pick something up, almost, perhaps by accident. But he does have that res available, so he is going to be able to go away and get that reset. Ego and Xin now fighting in the zone. Zipping, the one character that can pretty much do this safely. Ego sends out the RMB bomb, but gets avoided by Xin. Sends out the LMB, grapple cancels it. Xin. Ooh, and he eats another one. Ego. So right here, this was extremely nicely done by Xin to still parry this. Even though he'd seen Ego cancel it countless times, he still went for the parry. as potentially he assumed that Ego would actually send it this time because he was attempting to mind game him into believing that he wouldn't send it in the end.
Yeah, AW's Mike looking to come back in here for the third party in action. Probably going to fall victim to this, given he was forced to swap into the white armor here. Is on to that Zeeping. And, you know, you talk about Zeeping being realistically one of the only characters who can safely take these fights in the zone. And I just want to say Zeeping turning CN players into EU players since 2022.
Wait, what?
I don't know if you've ever watched the EU broadcasts. From back in the day, EU players love to fight in the zone.
I mean, we do at times, that is true. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It does happen more, like, quite a bit, I will have to say. Often a result of poor target selection.
We've watched like 6-man fights break out in the zone in EU, and it's like zone 3, and they're like, there's no reason. They'll literally like be inches from the zone and they just sit there and take the fight in the zone. Nobody wanting to give up neutral for even half a second to step into the zone. EU players really being some oogly booglers, as you like to call
indeed. I was about to say EU likes to get oogly. However, sometimes it's not always optimal oogly boogly, because there's optimal ooga and then there's unoptimal ooga. There's just that's just not very good, not very pretty smooth brain, I think. Let's just call it that, you know.
Oh my god, we've got the mech fight here in the realm of Yang. Vince's Reki, JDG Chu Zhang going at it. We're gonna see Chu Zhang pop to the cannon first to buy themselves a little bit of pressure, but now that Reki has done it, Chu Zhang can't really reposition here. It's gonna be Sans armor, but does have a little bit of an HP buff, but now we're gonna see the turret come back out. Chu Zhang able to find an armor pot though, will find themselves in a huge advantage. Reki tries to pressure with that huge cannon for a little too long, causes themselves to fall behind, and Chu Zhang able to come out on top in the realm of Yang.
Yes, indeed. Reki just miscalculating how much of his ultimate he had left over. He had a sliver of it left over and opted to try and go for the cannon shot, but then realized, oh no, I don't have time for this, and his heal was cut short by his ultimate timing out. Like, it's just not what you want. Very unlucky. It does happen. As I've said, we're all human. Mistakes were made. It is what it is. But here we have Yonke now, trying to disengage, using the staff mobility, trying to space out as much as possible. XXY coming in hot. Both players go for the jump parry. Yonke managing to equalize the health, so to speak, but still being hunted. It looks like it was mainly because of the fact that they know Yonke has no ultimate. Perhaps not. I'm not really sure. It's possible that they're choosing to go for Yonke because of the fact that she has no ultimate, but perhaps not. Perhaps simply because of the fact that they're playing Matari and the other player is playing Feria, meaning that since you're playing Feria, you have that second life. You have the opportunity to go into that mech, which can essentially just mitigate all the risk of a certain engagement. But here we have Chu Zhang taking down Mike. Has that gold katana. I'm not sure if he... Oh no, he got it from Yang. I thought he'd parried it for a second, but he did get it from Yang himself. Now up against Ego. Ego getting caught by Jiang Yu. Dagger LMB blue, but it doesn't look like much is going to come of it, as Ego is indeed playing the Feria, able to stay on the move and continuously reset, and has essentially just been allowed to leave the fight. And here we have everything happening all at once. Reki, XXY, Mike, Chu Zhang, Rain, and Jiang Yu all in the same spot. It feels like the entire lobby is here. Reki trying to put some damage out with those swarms, with that turret. But it looks like he's going to have to try and turn around and get those heals off before his ultimate gets chipped down.
We're going to take a look here. Ventus Reki really on the back foot, like you said, trying to create some space here, trying to find some resets with those pots. Interestingly enough, they do turn back into the fight after finding the reset, trying to get some mileage out of the ultimate that they were forced to cast here, but gonna find themselves yet again in a pretty poor position, given the fact that their ultimate ends so soon, and they're actually just in the middle of this absolute blitzkrieg. All eyes still on Reki, making a massive miscalculation. They were out, they were full reset, and for some reason, knowing that their ultimate's going to go down, they turn back into the middle of the pack just because they wanted to get mileage out of your ultimate. I see players fall victim to this all the time here in the NBPL, where they're forced to burn their ultimate to get out, and they're so worried about playing 100% optimal that they turn back around into these fights once they're able to find a reset, and it looks to gain mileage off of that ultimate, look to play optimally. They don't realize, oh my goodness, Zhang Yu just obliterated Ego from downtown with the pistol as Mike locks them down. Oh my goodness, Zhang Yu's out of the lobby.
It's over. No. The record.
I mean, Zhang Yu still has a banger of a day, right?
Yeah, but
elimination here, they have a 40-point day. Like, and it's just sad to see them go out that way. And I mean, where was Ego? Look at how far away Ego is on the map. Ego, literally those shots with the pistol from downtown. Just
that was huge. And like, it's because it was pistol that he died as well. Because pistol is a multi-hit projectile, it meant that he was able to pop the Mortal Defiance buff essentially and still do more damage. Because once if one of the pellets pops the Mortal Defiance, then the other pellets will still do full damage. So essentially, it mitigates a lot of the healing from that passive, from the zipping ultimate. But here we have Mike versus Feng in the realm of Yang here. Feng has a somewhat of a disadvantage due to the armor being blue, but does have that F1 to stay topped up. Doesn't look to take the 50-50 there. Opts to ult instead, armoring through the scale rush. Mike forced to use his ult in return. Still has that health advantage, but Feng is doing an extremely good job of doing just enough damage to stay in this fight, stay not pressured, so to speak. He does still have one of those dashes, I think, as he still hasn't cancelled his out, and he gets the freeze onto Mike. Mike, having that F3 available though, is able to immediately port back, but instantly gets tech chased by Feng, although he does get caught by the longsword RMB. It doesn't matter, because he can soft combo break, but he does it again, and Mike's on the grapple. He doesn't get both hits. Feng goes for the parry. Mike just oh my god, that came down to the wire.
Mike almost misplays this too, right? If you're the Matari in this situation, you actually have a huge advantage into Justina, because if Justina pops their ultimate and you pop yours, every time the Justina dashes at you, you can actually teleport at them, and the backstab will completely keep you from not only being frozen, but mitigate the damage while allowing you to extend into a combo. Mike uses those teleports defensively instead of offensively to teleport away, and almost runs out the timer inside the realm of Yang because of it. Is able in the last couple of seconds to come back with some huge plays with the longsword there, but Mike very much risked losing his position there. XXY here in the replay getting taken down by GS's T225, and T225's got to be much happier with their performance in these last 3 games than they were with their first 3. Turning now onto Kele's Feng. Feng taking a ton of damage here, not in a great position either. We're going to see some of that fire come through from the elbow on T225 to continue to burn Feng through that F, keep the damage coming. Feng forced to really take a fight here once they find a reset, if they can find a reset, because they do have that Yang depletion, and they're going to need to find themselves picking up a Soul Bloom very soon. Turning some damage onto T225 there with the dagger, trying to play it safe though because of the threat of Tarka here. Tarka, of course, having ended his ultimate, looking to get that rage back and get that ultimate back up very soon onto Fong. Fong not able to find the reset that they were looking for. T225 keeps the pressure on. They just have to keep running through Celestra here, and every second they spend running is a second that Yang depletion is ticking down. We're gonna see the fire come on them, pistol shots coming out yet again. See them getting picked up here, literally forced to burn the ultimate just to get away. They've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to find an elimination that they haven't even been able to find a reset.
God.
And AOW's Mike will find an elimination onto TK's XXY. In the meanwhile, JJH's Reign, forced to press through the edge of the zone here as well, will find a corner to get a little bit of a reset in, and luckily a lot of fights breaking out in Celestra means they will have cover from the sound of them healing. They will find the full reset that they were hoping to find when they managed to get into that corner.
No, absolutely. That Assault Smolder doing so much work, and yet Fong still managing to make it out alive. But yes, as you said, he's going to have to find that Soul Bloom if he wants to stay alive. Having that Yang depletion ticking away, he's not in the best of spots right here. He does engage onto T225 at the edge of Celestra, forcing out his ultimate, but immediately disengages, as quite frankly, that's all you really need to do against Tarka most of the time. If he pops his ult and you have a means of escape, you just burn his ult timer down and he eventually just becomes rather useless. T225 being pressured by the entire lobby, it seems. Mike trying to chase him down, having popped his ultimate, opts to use his F there to go back. Like, essentially just stops chasing completely. Fong now managing to soft combo break out of the longsword toothpick. Mike in a really bad spot, has no buff available, has already been expired or used, has no ult and very little health to speak of. Fong on the chase, trying to make something happen, but it looks like he got caught up on the other side of the crevice. Wasn't able to immediately chase him down. He's running out of time. He's got 30 seconds to make something happen. He's trying to aggress onto anybody who's close enough. Trying to send the blues. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time here. Can he do something? Oh, no, he cannot. Yeah. It's already over. Oh, no.
This is something I want to talk about. Fong briefing himself here. Yes, he has a purple dagger, but let's be honest. If you're in a situation where you need to pick up an elimination quick, dagger's the last weapon you should be using. Honestly, why not make the adjustment? Play staff, hit confirm, into a pole sword. Even if it's a blue pole sword that you're hit confirming into, you're pumping out so much damage over even a purple dagger. We're going to see actually AOW's Mike here picking up their 4th elimination on the J Team section while I'm talking about this. But Fong really refuses to play off of dagger. During the first week of NBPL, I gave Fong so much because he would opt to let legendary weapons go just to fight people with white daggers. And Fong still, I hate to use the term crutching, but he's quite literally crutching the dagger. We never see Fong not on the dagger. It's like he's not confident to fight with anything else, and that's a problem. As the meta shifts away from the dagger, which it drastically has in the NBPL, Fong has not shifted with it, and it has caused him multiple grievances time and time again. And when you have that Yang depletion, you need to look for quick turnarounds, especially when there's so few players left in the lobby. You need to guarantee you can pick up that elimination, and you're really just briefing yourself by continuing to play only the dagger in that situation.
I mean, I do agree, but at the same time, as a player, as myself, I'm a big greatsword player. I've played greatsword since day one, and it's not necessarily that I don't feel confident using other weapons, as I've actually put in a considerable amount of time trying to learn other weapons since, well, for a while now. Because of what you said, basically just essentially limiting myself to one weapon is never going to be a good thing. But at the end of the day, I still find myself being able to do more with the dagger than I can with other weapons, simply because of the experience and the expertise, you know, that you gain from playing a weapon so much and getting so much experience on that weapon to a point that you essentially become, it's much less of being a one trick or crutching and more about being a specialist. Like, it gets to a certain point where it's less about being a one trick or crutch and more because you are just simply going to do more with that weapon. You know, I do agree though that you do kind of have to, like, you can't just always play the same thing, because sometimes you're not going to get that weapon, or sometimes you're not going to be able to use that weapon in the way that it needs to be used to be effective, you know?
Yeah. And there's a difference between being like a ranked player or even an Immortal War ranked player and a pro player in the NBPL as well, though, right? Like, if you're a ranked player and you're a you're one-tricking a single hero or you're one-tricking a single weapon, I wouldn't even call it crutching, right? You're on your comfort pick, like you said. This is where I'm able to do, you know, the most. This is where I'm comfortable. This is where I'm confident. But when you're in a space like the NBPL here, where we talk about players like Wang Liang and stuff who are looking to min-max everything they can get out of a lobby, if you're a player like Fang and you're not looking to min-max because you are one-tricking a weapon like the dagger, you're not doing yourself any favors. And realistically, to be a pro player at this level, you have to be able to pilot every single hero and every single weapon just as effectively as everybody else, right? At the end of the day, your decision making is what wins and loses you games, right? When you're at this level of skill, there's very, very minimal difference in the macro or skill level of these players at the end of the day, right? You know, you might be able to pick up that infinite with the longsword combo a little more consistently than other players, but we're talking minute amount of percentages. As I'm talking, by the way, unfortunately, we have the most tragic death as the teleport back into the zone and the zone tick kills you. They thought they had enough time to get in the zone. Yonke unfortunately doesn't find that space, but man, what a killer game from all the players involved here. AOW's Mike having a very good game, unfortunately getting eliminated. And gee, wait a minute, Yonkai has enough eliminations that even though they get eliminated there to the zone, they come out on top with an MVP. This could be enough to get Yonkai back in the top 14.
I can't wait to see the leaderboard. I know Mike did have quite a lot of kills, and I'm very curious to see if he manages to take it all. Or, I mean, it depends, really. It depends how many points Yonke had. Because if Yonke had 12 plus, then Mike still had a chance, realistically, to actually break the record. Because I think he only needed about 10, maybe 11 points to break the record. Wait, what is this? Wait, is that it? I think that's what we're looking at right now.
So OC Zhang Yu across 2 days puts together a 90.2.
So he broke a record.
Yeah, he does indeed. Most points for 2 days. I do believe a huge record for OC Zhang Yu. A great turnout by both Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike. I mean, these two players absolutely dominant all day today. And, you know, we come into the last game here, and unfortunately OC Zhang Yu not quite falling where he wants to in this particular game. He kind of goes out in the middle of the pack. He picks up a couple of eliminations, at least not quite trolling himself like he did in some of the previous games. But, you know, AOW's Mike also having another consistently good performance here in this game. And that's kind of what it comes down to, is these two players, they had one bad game each. And at the end of the day, it's that level of consistency where these players were, you know, either top one or top two almost every single game. And even their quote unquote bad games, they were still kind of in the middle of the pack. So you can't really complain at the amount of points that you're able to put on the board here. OC Zhang Yu will be going in first place, first seed for the bi-weekly final. And I want to see Zhang Yu take this bi-weekly final. I know that regardless of the fact whether he takes the bi-weekly final or not, he's going to be forced to go play in the rep change. But I hope he has learned that confidence is key. We've seen OC Zhang Yu playing on a much more back foot than we're used to seeing. Again, in season 1, he was confidently taking fights that were huge disadvantages for him. You know, again, I will harken back always to that clip of him coming out on top where he finishes that fight. He's literally 2 ticks away from death and is somehow able to 0-100 his opponent against all odds. You're in a situation where it is do or die. Like, you obviously wouldn't take that fight in an optimal situation, but when you're final circle and you're down to 2 players, you're forced to take that fight. Zhang Yu has the confidence to do that and come out on top. It's nice to see a return to that level of confidence and it proving to be the selling point for OC Zhang Yu as a player. If he comes in and confidently takes fights, he dominates those fights.
He does. He really does. He's definitely come out today and showed everybody that he is back. He's back to play. He's back to win, and he's back to break those records as he broke Mike's previously set record of 89.2 or something, I think it was, on 2 days in a bi-weekly. I think it was a whole point on top, wasn't it?
I think that's Mike's overall score for this week is an 89.2, but OC Zhang Yu hits that 90 and just takes it a little bit further than Mike. Yeah, Mike very close to walking away in that first place position. It comes down very, very tight between these 2 players, and I think Mike actually coming close to breaking a record, if not breaking a record as well. But it's Zhang Yu who just barely creeps ahead in terms of overall points for a bi-weekly here in 2023. I don't know if that's a record break for a total bi-weekly compared to last year, but again, we will count it as a record for this year because there's 2 less players in the lobby. Realistically, that's 4 less kills. 4 kills less in a lobby is a huge amount of points. If you're able to take those 4 kills to a first place finish, you're talking about the difference between, I think it comes down to like a 5.6 extra points once you get the multiplier involved on top of it. It's a huge amount of extra points missing from the lobby. So being able to break the record for the season, still a huge deal for both of these players. But Zhang Yu just able to creep a little bit more than AOW's Mike. Is Mike going to be walking away with a 7.1 this game? And OC's Zhang Yu towards where is Zhang Yu on the, am I great? There he is. There he's 10th with a 1.2. Not a great performance in this game, but because of his overall performance from the week, just creeping out on top. Yonkai here though with 11 game score. I don't know, but that might be enough to put him in 14th place so that he qualifies for the bi-weekly final. We will see when we take a look at the final scoreboard for the week here for Solus. Man, what a crazy day of games. I mean, so many things to break down and analyze today as well. We saw a lot of these weapon swap combos come out. We saw a lot of decision making coming through, and we really got to break down some great decision making and macro coming out from these players throughout the day. Here, this is what I talked about with the T225. T225 ends up against the wall where he doesn't have too many decisions when it comes to tap dodging, and Yonkai able to get the read every single time, keep that massive combo going, just huge. J-Team's action here with the dual blades putting in work. Wang Liang just getting uppercut here and followed up one with the dual blades, and then AOW's Mike here against Kaylee's Fong. The extension off of this infinite coming through, he misses the second blade there and just keeps the pressure up onto Fong, and again, literally 2 seconds away from timing out. Almost comes back to bite him in the arse there, like I said, because he used those teleports defensively instead of offensively. Indeed. And you know, this is something I get onto Mataris all the time, is you need to be using those teleports into backstab offensively because they don't buy you enough safety realistically for you to be using them defensively.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is, I mean, it is, F3 is definitely somewhat of a defensive ability inherently, because if you use it when you ult and you try and get that backstab off it, I mean, you need to make it count. because you only get one. Unless you manage to use it like extremely quickly, you're not gonna get more than one, like maybe two, during your ultimate, as there's just quite simply not enough time. So yes, I completely agree, but because he picks F3, he's somewhat forced to try and make them count as much as possible. And if Fong doesn't allow him to use it to its maximum potential, as you said, to mitigate the freeze and mitigate the dash, then he's forced to kind of use it in that way. But you are right. You have to try and use them aggressively. You have to try and use them as optimally as you can, so to speak. But yes, I want to see the overall leaderboard. I can't wait to see it. I'm really praying that Yonke actually manages to make it into the top 14, because he definitely pulled it out the bag in that final game, and it would be lovely to see, you know.
It's going to be bittersweet. And yeah, we're taking a look here. Yeah, a new record for the NBPL solo day here. Zhang Yu with a 90.2. And the last record was Mike by 89.1. Yeah. So the question is, okay, so Mike's got to be so close to matching his record here as well, because I mean, then he's so close to matching Zhang Yu in terms of that 90 points. He must have just missed it by one, maybe two kills in this last game for himself there. But man, it's still huge accomplishment for OC's Zhang Yu. Just a great day in general. And like you said, as bittersweet as it would be to see Alliance's Jin not make it into the bi-weekly final, because Alliance as a team as a whole, both the solo player and their trios team, really have shown us how much they've grown since they've come to the NBPL. They realistically came in season 1, did extremely poorly. They had a whole roster swap going into season 2. That new roster struggling, having a ton of growing pains, and then the more they've played, doing a great job. But we're gonna throw things over to Jaeger for a quick interview before we come back and take a look at those final scoreboards.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Xiangyu and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 翔宇，先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OC 的翔宇。
欢迎翔宇来到我们的赛后采访。So first, I would like to say congratulations because today you break the new record, and I would like to know how's your feeling after you know this news. 那我特别想知道，今天对翔宇应该是一个算比较大的日子了。今天打破纪录之后啊，你当时的心情是怎么样的呢？
心情还是比较激动的。
So, to be honest, I'm very excited. And I know that before the matches today, you just set up an ambition that you will get 100 score today. So, what do you think? So, after the game matches, you have the 90 scores, and what do you think more you want to adjust? 那我特别想问一下，因为之前知道刚才跟我讲到，其实今天的目标呢，本来是100分啊，这是一个很难的目标，我感觉。那今天其实拿到90分之后，觉得自己还有哪些地方是可以进步的呢？
打架的话还需要再练一下，因为有些时候还是经常会打不过。
So in my opinion, I think I still need to train one-on-one fighting because sometimes I only fall in the one-on-one fighting and I will train it in later. Okay, I think it's time for us to move on to next part, answer for treasure. 那接下来就到了我们这个有奖问答的环节了啊。那我们来看一下今天的题目到底是什么呢？So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So it's time for us to check today's question. So who failed to enter to the bi-weekly final? 那今天的问题啊，是谁今天很遗憾的没有办法进入到周决了呢？ A 是瑞希， B 是永克， C 是 T225， D 是小金。 So before we find out the correct answer, I have a question. So how are you feeling for this double week? 那我特别想先问一下翔宇啊，那这个双周打下来，自己感觉怎么样？这个双周打的整个比赛？
打的就有点像自己的打法，就是能按照自己的打法来去打。
So I think in this bi-weekly double week, I think I find the speed for myself and it's really fit to the matches and really fit to me. Okay, I think our player is prepared and let's start counting. 那接下来就进入我们的倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, yeah. Our correct answer today is D, 小金. Okay, and it's time for us to we are going to have the upcoming bi-weekly final. And I would like to know for the last bi-weekly final, what's your ambition? 那小雨啊，其实我们这个赛季真的很快要来到了最后一个双周决了。对于这次周决，自己是什么目标呢？
这次想拿一次周冠军。
好的 For the last bi-weekly final, my ambition is to get the championship of the bi-weekly final solo game. OK, 好的，谢谢小雨今天来到这里给我们送出的福利，也感谢你今天的分享，再次谢谢，恭喜你今天打破了记录，谢谢。OK, thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Jaeger, thank you so much for the lovely interview. Happy to see our boy Zhang Yu up there, man, dude. He's got to be so flippin' happy with his performance today. Of course, anybody who's on stage with Jaeger, a little bit nervous. You know, our girls Leah and Jaeger, wonderful hosts coming through. So thank you to Jaeger for yet another wonderful interview. And of course, thank you to Zhang Yu for just, man, a killer performance on the stage all week this week and coming out. And I mean, game 3, what a game for Zhang Yu. I mean, just blitzes through that entire lobby. The massive parry that he picks up on T225 in that, and then we just watch Yonkai walk into the blender on top of it. So much damage coming out from those dual blades. He immediately picks up the kill on T225. Yonkai, it was so funny too, because T225 comes out. We see Zhang Yu pick up an elimination. T225 is able to get the Soul Bloom to buy himself back in the game. He's like, yes, I'm here. Yonkai shows up, is desperate to get a Soul Bloom. T225 gets picked up by Zhang Yu, and yet again, Zhang Yu gifts a Soul Bloom on a silver platter to another person with Yang depletion, and then immediately strips all hopes away from that player yet again. It's just like, sure, you can have the Soul Bloom from my elimination. It's not going to be, it's going to be a short-lived celebration, but you can have it if you want it. And man, he really tears that lobby apart. Wang Liang in the end, you know, we talk about how important decision-making is too, and it's literally the decision to try to min-max. We talked about how important it is to really maximize everything that you do, but sometimes we find players in the NBPL doing so to their own detriment. We see the pillar come down from OC Zhang Yu, knocks Wang Liang off of him, realizes it's the Z-Ping, really wants to try to maximize the pressure and the damage, realizes he's low, but instead of jumping into the mech to buy himself the reset, wants to keep the pressure going, wants to get the maximum amount of the ult, tries to keep the pressure up, ends up losing control of the neutral because of that. And it's that decision, that split-second decision to not jump into the mech, that realistically costs him the fight against Wang Liang. And even though he does have that very explosive game, he puts the most points on the board in a single game today. Because of it, he does lose out on picking up that 9th elimination and that first place finish, realistically, because of that split-second decision. And you know, we talked about it in this last game as well. We see that mech come down, we see the player get the full reset, and rather than walk away in an optimal position where they're out of the middle of the pack, they're trying to get every single ounce of you know, optimization that they can get from having that ultimate popped, and they end up walking into a death zone. And here it is, sure enough, Alliance's Jin will be pushed down into 15th place.
That is devastating.
Super unfortunate. Look, it's bittersweet. I'm super happy that Yonkai able to get their first MVP of the season, and super happy to see them qualify for the bi-weekly final. Bittersweet though, because Alliance of Jin, again, Alliance, a team that's shown they have made a drastic amount of improvement. For Jin to not make it into this bi-weekly, very, very bittersweet. We're gonna see Yonkai all the way up in 12th place because of his performance here. A 22.2 point day for them, a total of 36.7 points, realistically at the bottom end of the players qualifying here, but stands a chance to continue to climb that leaderboard and put some of those points up on the board for qualifying for Worlds, which is massive. You need as many of those points for you and your team as humanly possible. So Yonkai right now, you know his coach has got to be patting him on the back and telling him, you know, great job today. Taking a look here, it's going to be OC Zhang Yu with a 48.3 and a 41.9 for a total of 90.2 points. AOW's Mike actually does break his record. It was an 83.1 that was the record before. He gets an 89.1. He gets an 89.3, but it doesn't matter because Zhang Yu breaks above. That said, AOW's Mike with a 56.6, the most points for a single day put on the board. So AOW's Mike also having a really, really good showing today. But we show my favorite thing in the world here, that being how important consistency is. I know chat hates when I use the C word, but it is off the back of consistency and consistently performing pretty amazingly that OC Zhang Yu just edges himself out against the competition, against AOW's Mike, and walks away with the record for the most points put up during a bi-weekly for solos here in the 2023 spring split. So congratulations to OC Zhang Yu. Congratulations to AOW's Mike as well for putting up the most points on the board for a solo day. A really, really huge performance coming out from these two players. And you know, if I'm WBG Spider, I'm seeing this and I'm realistically looking and going, okay, these are the two people I need to target coming into this bi-weekly final, because he was sitting in that first place pole position coming into the day, but he did not have the same level of performance that Zhang Yu and AOW's Mike had throughout this week. So Spider has got a little bit of work to do coming into the bi-weekly final. T225 able to move up into that fourth place position as well off the back of some very, very strong games today. He came in looking really weak today, but T225, one of those players that even when he has weak games is able to find that space to have those pop-off games and make it happen. We're going to be back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for trios, so don't miss it. We've got 6 more games left in trios for this bi-weekly before we head into the bi-weekly final. So you're going to come and make sure you see who qualifies for the bi-weekly final for trios as well. Those 6 games promise to be just as explosive as the solos have been, because trios have also been popping off this week. Players and teams doing absolutely crazy things. We saw a 1v3 scenario earlier this week in trios as well when Moxie was casting. Just a great week for NARAKA esports in general. These players and teams really coming out and pulling out all the stops this week, if you will, Duncan.
Indeed. I mean, pulling out all the stops is exactly what happened today. Zhang Yu, Mike, breaking records left and right, putting crazy numbers on the board and looking good doing it. And I applaud them and thank them for an extremely exciting cast today, an extremely exciting day of NARAKA, which is always lovely to see. That's why we do it. That's why we watch. That's why we love it, you know, to be able to see these insanely good players, these consistent gods of NARAKA, go out, scrap it out, and put those numbers on the board. And it's the one thing that I think is missing, which I would love to see, is a little bit more banter between them. Because I know, since I've watched the POV of Mike whilst he's playing in the Nbpl, and this guy does not stop talking. I think it might be the similar thing that we were talking about earlier, where one of the players, I can't remember exactly who it was, would hum to themselves to keep them calm and keep keep from panicking, so to speak. And it's, I think, Mike's coping mechanism to just pretend like he's streaming the game, you know, for views and just having fun with it, because this guy, he's just memeing left and right. I remember not all that long ago, I have a clip of him infiniting somebody and then whilst doing it going, yeah boy. Yeah, Ainsley Harriet, yeah boy. And it's so funny to see. I love it.
Absolutely.
But yeah.
You know, that's going to be it from us today, though, ladies and gentlemen. Like you said, we were absolutely blessed with some insane NARAKA today. I expect to see the same tomorrow, but me and Duncan are going to sign off. Thanks for having us as your hosts. Can't wait to see you guys next time. Till then, keep being amazing and make sure you tune in for more NARAKA.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times.